Welcome to the April 13th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We'll call this meeting to order and we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you call the roll, please, Ms. Clerk?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. Councilmember Harmon. Here. Councilmember Snedden. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here, thank you. So we have two special ceremonial items today. Would you read the first one into the record, Ms. Gorman?
Certainly. Proclamation declaring April as National Poetry Month and appointment of Poet Laureate Emma Treyes for 2021 to 2023.
It's my honor to read this proclamation today, celebrating National Poetry Month, marking the apropos start of term for Santa Barbara's newly appointed Poet Laureate Emma Treyes. Whereas the city of Santa Barbara is widely recognized as an arts nexus, providing a spiritual home for a diverse, talented culture of writers, readers, and speakers who seek to reflect and expand upon our understanding and compassion for ourselves and each other. And whereas since 1996, the Academy of American Poets has designated April as National Poetry Month to highlight the extraordinary achievements and ongoing legacy of American poets and increase the visibility, presence, and accessibility of poetry in our community. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara established a Poet Laureate position in 2005 to honor local literary excellence and the spoken word by utilizing poetry to celebrate and elevate community. And whereas Santa Barbara Poet Laureate Emma Treyes will steward appreciation of poetry and the written word in the community through events and programs in partnership with the Santa Barbara Public Library throughout the month of April and the ensuing two-year appointment. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara recognizes the Poetry Out Loud National Recitation Competition, a partnership with the California Arts Council, National Endowment for the Arts, and National Poetry Foundation that helps local high school students master public speaking and build their self-confidence and explore their literary heritage. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Murillo, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim April 2021 as National Poetry Month in Santa Barbara and congratulate Emma Treyes, who as Santa Barbara's newly appointed Poet Laureate, joins the elite ranks of esteemed local poets who have held that title. And I'll give a special thanks to our outgoing poet, Laurent Bosselaar, for her service to our community over the last 2 years. So next we'll have a video, and then we'll have our new Poet Laureate make a presentation. We really look forward to that.
Congratulations, Emma. Being Poet Laureate was one of the most fun things I did in my life. And we're so lucky to have you be our Poet Laureate and to bring your warmth and talent and wonderful poetry to our city. And here's a little something. You're going to be getting a lot of attention, and whatever is in this box, don't let it go to your head. Or better yet, let it go to your head, because that's where it belongs. Congratulations.
Hey, Emma. Can't wait for you to be Poet Laureate. It was a great honor for me to nominate you. I know you are going to be one of the best.
Emma, I'm delighted you're a new poet laureate. I admire the crispness of your poetry and of your presence. In this box is a secret handshake, a secret password. In fact, it's a whole Pandora's box full of secret troubles for your next 2 years. Welcome to the Laureate Zone.
Emma, you are going to do such a great job as our next poet laureate. I'm so proud of you. I'm excited to collaborate with you. I'm excited to see all the things you create for poetry in Santa Barbara. Yay, go, Emma.
Santa Barbara is a beautiful city, a city of natural beauty, a city filled with praises of its beauty, a city of poets, a city that honors its laureates. We welcome you, Emma. We embrace you and we honor you.
Hey Emma, I'm very, very proud of the work you've already done to bring diversity and scholarship and your teaching and all of and your poetry, of course. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud that you're laureate. Good luck, congratulations, y felicitaciones.
Emma, I'm so happy to pass on the torch to you. Thank you for what you've done, and thank you for what you will do for poetry.
Ms. Treyas, welcome.
Overwhelming. That was overwhelming and incredibly beautiful. Thank you so much to everyone who put that together. And thank you, Mayor Kathy Murillo and the City Council for the proclamation and for the wonderful honor. I'd also like to thank Sarah York Rubin and her team at the Santa Barbara County Office of Arts and Culture and everyone at the Santa Barbara Public Library for the amazing job they do in bringing poetry to the people of our city. Thank you, my Santa Barbara poetry community, for that amazing tribute that I need to get a copy of so I can just watch it on a loop. I also want to thank you for welcoming me into the fold when I first moved here more than 7 years ago, and for your friendship and all of the important and delightful projects that I've had the good fortune to collaborate on with you. Tiny libraries, the many readings, teaching at the Art Museum. All of these projects began with poetry, and all of them help us feel connected to one another and to the city where we live. I'd like to thank all of the poets laureate before me for their work in showing how poetry can help shape our communities in all kinds of positive ways. And I'm just going to read their names really quick. Barry Spax, Perry Longo, David Starkey, Paul Willis, Chris Yost, Sojourner Kincaid Roll, Enid Osborne, and Laurent Basilar. I want to thank all my fellow artist friends here in town, across California, and across the country for their years-long camaraderie. And thank you to my family who is tuning in from Miami. Hi, familia. Especially I want to thank my mother, who has always cultivated our creative interests since we were kids. She really instilled in me a love of language and literature. And she did that by taking us to the library every week and letting me read whatever I wanted, no matter how strange it might have seemed to her. My thank yous end now, but where they begin, and that's with my husband and partner in all, Mark Zaletsy, whose love and encouragement and constant belief in me and my work make it all possible. Mark has also helped me put together the Mission Poetry Series since 2014, and his own songwriting and music are a powerful source of inspiration for me. In fact, he makes a small cameo in this short poem that I'd like to share with you as I wrap it up today. I wrote it just a few weeks ago, and it was inspired by our beautiful Santa Barbara springtime and by the sense of hope that has accompanied it. I think that's something we're all ready for as we move forward into brighter times. This poem is called Novena for Garden Street. Fairly dressed in the creamy mantilla of ornamental pear trees and cold rain, and agaves unfurling their tongues to the sun, spring inches up Garden Street, a hesitant bride, pure in her faith that better days await. They do, and we will all emulate the hummingbird's rapture for hibiscus, agapanthus, the coral bell vines that stitch every chain link into a new tapestry. Crickets will gather in their unseen choirs. The clock will keep its forward march, and from a small apartment near the park, a fellow human will play guitar and sing something about the long train ride home, something about arrival. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wish dearly you were in chambers right now so we could all be applauding you and welcoming you. We'll have you in chambers when we're able to. Yes, thank you, Ms. Snedden. And looking forward to meeting you in person, okay?
Likewise, likewise. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden, I'm sorry, Ms. Gorman, anyone raising their hand to make a public comment about our Poet Laureate ceremony, and or anybody raising their hand?
Madam Mayor, oh yes, I'm sorry. Sojourner Roll, I believe would like to speak. I'm not sure in regular public comment or for this, but we'll go ahead and.
Ms. Roll?
Ms. Roll? And if we could have the timer back up, I think that's good. Ms. Roll, please go ahead.
She might be here for one of the administrative items. In fact, I'm sure she.
And Madam Mayor, I just received a message that she's here for regular public comment.
For number 16, maybe. Well, if there's no public comment, thank you very much. We'll close this ceremonial item. Ms. Snedden, did you? Oh, we're going to, we have the employee recognition now. Did you want to say a few words about Poet Laureate?
I did, Madam Mayor. Just, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. I miss that we're not in chambers right now, and the power of poetry, and really each Poet Laureate, just even on my time, really defines the tone and the messaging, and I'm just so grateful. You know, when Enid came on January 9th and read to us her poem about renewal, and I'm just so excited about our new Poet Laureate, and just looking forward to hearing so much more as we're coming out of COVID and renewal, and it just really hopeful and looking forward to celebrating in our poetry. Just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll move on to something equally celebratory, our employee recognition. Ms. Gorman?
Very good. And we just have a notation to our new Poet Laureate to open the box that was given to her. So that's a message I'm passing on. Item 2, employee recognition, service award pins.
Mr. Casey, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I unfortunately don't have a secret box to hand out to employees on this. It's always the handing off of the Poet Laureate is always a really fun day. So happy to be following that. So Madam Mayor and council members, as you know, each month I like to come to you and recognize city employees for achieving milestones in their service to the city. And I would like to read their names into the record to recognize them and appreciate their service with the city. With 5 years of service to the city, our very own Sarah Gorman, City Clerk Services Manager with the City Administrator's Office. Louis Craparata, Detective with the Police Department. Scott Macbeth, Police Officer, Police Department. Rudy Ramirez, Police Officer, Police Department. Adam Mick, Detective, Police Department. Thomas Diffenthaler, Police Officer, Police Department. Casey Cromer, Maintenance Worker 2, Public Works Department. Caitlin Mamulski, Associate Transportation Planner, Public Works Department. And John Chua, Water Treatment Plant Operator 3, Public Works Department. With 15 years of service to the city, Tony Lamarca, firefighter with the Fire Department. Moses Romo, Fire Captain, Fire Department. Craig Stewart, Fire Captain, Fire Department. Aaron Vaughn, Fire Captain, Fire Department. Tom Cherpak, Firefighter, Fire Department. Rose Rodriguez, Fire Engineer, Fire Department. Hillary Allen, Recycling Educator with the Sustainability and Resilience Department. Andrew Bermond, Parks Capital Project Supervisor, Parks and Recreation Department. And George Gonzalez, Senior Grounds Maintenance Worker, Parks and Recreation Department. With 25 years of service to the city, Carol Lupo, Administrative Assistant with the Fire Department, and Cindy Acosta, Administrative Specialist, Parks and Recreation Department. And with 30 years of service to the city, Ken Brown, Parks Superintendent, Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Another big round of applause, virtual applause for all of the employees. Thank you for your service, and we celebrate what you do for our city and for our residents. Thank you very much. Mr. Casey, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll go to open public comment, and I'll invite my colleagues back on the screen. And folks, if you're in the GoToWebinar meeting, this is your chance for open public comment and items not on the agenda. So 3 minutes to speak your piece. We welcome you. Ms. Gorman, is anyone raising their hands?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Ronald Buckley and Anna Marie Gott. And if anyone else wishes to speak in open public comment, please raise your hand within the app, or you can send me an email at clerk@santabarbaraca.gov. All right, we have Ronald Buckley. Ronald Buckley, and Ms. Gott, you are next. I just sent you your pin. Ronald Buckley, please go ahead.
Are you there, Mr. Buckley?
Ronald Buckley, if you can unmute yourself, you can go ahead.
There we go. I apologize in advance for the sharpness of my comments today. I'm a bit frustrated. I'll write a poem for my next public comment. Madam Mayor, City Council members, I'm Ron Buckley, a Santa Barbara resident since 1971. Last week, I spoke to the Montecito Board of Architectural Review about a Crown Castle AT&T application for a so-called small cell tower with 6 antennas on Eucalyptus Lane. My point to the MBAR was that the cell tower's radiation harms trees and a nice eucalyptus tree right next to it, not to mention a school on one side and a family with small children on the other. My closing remarks were, I recommend you reject this application on grounds of aesthetics. If you approve this application, think how beautiful a dead tree looks. Well, we have one right here in Santa Barbara, 1002 Anacapa Street. The images I have in my presentation for you, that tree is now gone. Crown Castle, a billion-dollar corporation, dug a trench while installing a new cell tower and damaged the roots. I believe the combination of the root damage and radiation from that tree could not take. So Crown Castle, with the moral compass of a gangbanger, with a pistol, basically murdered the tree. Now, I love trees, and I visited the site of the victim. I suggest you do the same. As you sit around waiting for the new protective telecom ordinance to percolate through the city system, the longer it takes, the more dead trees you will have. Now, my brother was drafted in the Army in the early 60s. He served in artillery for 2 years. He drove a 175 millimeter self-propelled cannon. Part of that service was in Germany. When they would go out on maneuvers, a German government official would tag along and count the saplings they ran over. Then the German government would send the Army a bill for a fully developed tree. I suggest your city attorney, instead of cozying up to a firm with ties to the telecoms, send Crown Castle and AT&T a bill for a dead tree, a mature dead tree, plus damages for the loss of aesthetic beauty of our streets, the loss of oxygen for the air, the loss of a place for birds to nest and perch, and the loss of nectar and pollen for the bees. Now, I'm sure Crown Castle will be glad to install a plastic tree full of antennas like they did out in Goleta. Even it looks like its top is starting to die. And oh, those warning signs, don't worry. We all know radiation from these cell towers is harmless. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. So I'm going to actually be talking about a records request that I made in February. 63 days ago, I made a public records request asking for emails to the City Council that actually had to do with the bicycle right-of-way project that I had appealed, and it was heard on February the 2nd. The question I have is, how long is it going to take each of you to turn over the documents to the city clerk so that I can actually have my public records request filled? Any email sent to you by constituents regarding that project should have been turned over by now. But today, 63 days later, I still don't have a single document from any of the council members, nor do I have a response from the city clerk. That brings up another issue, which is, are you aware that Planning Commission, ABR, and HLC are now posting the emails that they receive in advance of the meeting regarding the item? So I ask you, why aren't you doing the same? Shouldn't every single email that you get about an item, as well as anything regarding an item that's sent to the city clerk, shouldn't all of that be posted prior to the meeting so that the public has access to all of those emails in the written public record? Wouldn't that be a lot easier than having to make a public records request and have you go through your emails only after a meeting has been held, and make me or anyone else wait 63 days for a public records request? And shouldn't you already be doing that? You know, the Board of Supervisors does that. Every day before a meeting, they post all of their written public, all of the communications that they've received regarding written communication. But our city doesn't. And I would like to know when we are going to do that, because it would save me a lot of time. It would save you a headache as well. And it would just be more transparent. So if there's anything that you can do today to pull up the emails that you received and get them over to the city clerk so I can get my public records request fulfilled, I'd appreciate it. And moving forward, it would be nice if you actually did this in advance and we had a complete record. Thank you.
We're going to the next speaker. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeff Schaefer, then Katie Mickey, Morgan Roth, and Victoria Valiente. Jeff Schaefer. Please go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of City Council, city staff, and members of the public. just briefly, I wanted to speak in favor today for what's on the consent calendar for the funding for the bridge housing units in coordination
Mr.
with.
Schaefer? We would ask you to speak when we're on the consent calendar, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks. This is
I'll
a
come back.
public comment. We're so grateful. Thank you. Next speaker for open public comment.
Very good. Next speaker is Katie Mickey. Katie Mickey, please go ahead. Katie Mickey, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Okay. And Katie Mickey, oh, there you go. Go ahead.
So in 2017, Senate Bill 649 attempted to take away your local control to manage the public right-of-way and placement of wireless infrastructure. In conflict with the FCC regulations, which explicitly enable your local government to ensure that such installations meet their local requirements to preserve aesthetics, safety, and safeguard citizens' quality of life. Firefighters were given an exemption in that bill to prevent installations on their stations due to numerous adverse health effects that our first responders were incurring with working and sleeping under microwave radiation and SPECT scan studies that showed that they had neurological brain injury. That bill was vetoed, thankfully, by Governor Brown. Now, Santa Barbara City is in the process of refining a draft telecom ordinance to codify the specific regulations that define how we can maintain local control of aesthetics, safety, and safeguard our quality of life in Santa Barbara City. The general public have weighed in on what amendments we want to see in the draft ordinance, including setbacks from residences, substantiation of significant gap in coverage, prohibition in residential neighborhoods if no feasible alternative exists, and honoring ADA requirements. To date, there's a lack of science backing the safety of this technology. The public's amendments to the draft ordinance are essential to preserve our safety, and we look forward to the release of the draft ordinance to clarify what amendments have been adopted. Meanwhile, I'm here to bring to your attention that there are 3 bills in the legislature that seeks to override our local authority to regulate the installation of wireless infrastructure. Senate Bill 556, AB 537, and Senate Bill 678. The League of California Cities opposes Senate Bill 556 on the basis that the bill is in conflict with the FCC regulations that preserve your local authority and power to manage our right of way. So I ask you in your capacity as mayor, city council members, and the listening general public to join the California League of Cities in opposing SB 556, as well as objecting to AB 537 and Senate Bill 678. And the portal to make public comment is included in my written version of this comment and can also be found on the Senate's website and at safetechsbc.org. And the deadline to do so is Wednesday at noon. I thank you for your consideration. I am so grateful that you in all your capacity are fighting to preserve our local power to regulate the installation of these telecom facilities. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mickey. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Morgan Roth. Morgan Roth, please go ahead.
I believe I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. My name is Morgan Roth, and I am Bird's Government Partnerships Manager for Southern California. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment this afternoon. We've reached out by sending email correspondence to the City Council as we're interested in supporting Santa Barbara's mobility and sustainability goals with a fleet of shared electric scooters. We're excited to work with Santa Barbara cities to increase regional interoperability and support transportation connectivity. We've been operational in Isla Vista for the past few months and have seen tremendous ridership, but we'd love to bring that to Santa Barbara. Since 2018, Bird has worked with cities around the globe to help address existing first and last mile gaps in public transportation. Today, we see our presence has been a massive success in helping not only address these gaps, but increasingly shift use away from single car trips. With our presence, we have seen city after city utilize our data to inform their planning and infrastructure decisions with the aim of increasing safety for all users of the road. We would love to support Santa Barbara in providing greater access to transit and providing an additional mobility option for residents. we consistently see that nearly 50% of shared electric scooter trips offset a car trip. And our data shows overwhelmingly that micromobility supports economic activity, with most trips ending at businesses. Connectivity and mobility is critical to help businesses begin their path to recovery. To address concerns around parking, Bird has developed a number of technological solutions that help address concerns raised by Santa Barbara in the past. We've reached out to city staff to demonstrate these technologies, but have been unresponded to. Throughout COVID-19, we have been supporting frontline workers with free trips. We also continue to offer our community pricing plan, a reduced fare program for those who receive public assistance, and we have other options that increase access to our service. Last, we also see that e-scooters outpace bicycle share programs with almost a 1-to-4 ratio in rides. I know Santa Barbara recently started a bike program, but with the advancements in technology and benefits we bring to the city on day one, we're hopeful that we can get to work on an electric scooter program in the near future. We understand a primary concern during the last time this was discussed at council was that there would be no scooters until sidewalk technology was solved. And I'm happy to share that we do have this technology today. Overall, we're looking to help Santa Barbara reduce short car trips around town. With the limited bike share stations on State Street, our service could provide greater access to residents and visitors outside the city core and help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and help the city reach strategic goals. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Roth. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Victoria Valiente. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, council members, the Ortega Park Master Plan doesn't reflect the needs of Santa Barbara, and community outreach was insufficient, to say the least. For almost 20 years, the city has ignored a 2003 aquatics complex feasibility study. According to this study, a city our size should have 10 times the pool space it currently provides. The city knows about this, yet it's in no hurry to rectify the situation. The Capital Improvement Program, 2016 fiscal year, said that the Infrastructure Task Force deemed a major aquatics complex a high priority. Meanwhile, the city is treating construction of aquatics facility as low priority. The Ortega Park renovation plan could have easily prioritized the pool and made plans to build it first. In contrast, Parks and Rec plans to demolish the existing pool and build all other park amenities with their $8.5 million grant without plans for replacing the pool until years down the road when more funding becomes available. The master plan could be changed now, but the city refuses to do so. In addition to what exists today, we should have a major aquatics complex where space allows, plus other aquatics facilities accessible to underserved populations. There is a severe disparity and achievement gap in aquatic skills, and this could be addressed by strategic placement of new facilities, starting with Ortega Park. This is an obvious location, yet the Parks and Recreation Department deliberately omitted the pool from the grant application and excluded the aquatics community from the discussion. My public records requests revealed who was contacted and when they participated. There is no information supporting the claim that the city reached out to the aquatics community. On the other hand, community outreach was deployed directly to a mysterious organization called the Goleta Skateboarding Movement. Google it. Workshop participants were summoned from Skaters Point with the promise of a new skate park, and workshops were held at Chase Palm Park next door. This process was repeated several months later. This so-called Goleta skateboarding movement wasn't even active in 2018, yet has driven the plans for a skate park in a residential neighborhood on the east side. I'd like to request that the city open an investigation. No effort was made to reach out to the aquatics community, and substantial need remains for expansion of our aquatics resources, including competition pools that meet industry standards. The 2003 document detailing a shortage of pool space in Santa Barbara has been ignored for almost 20 years. A community of non-swimmers is the result of this oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Mayor, that's the final public commenter on non-agendized items.
Okay, we'll close public comment with thanks to everyone who participated, and we will move on to our consent calendar. We'll start with the clerk reading the items that she needs to get on record. Ms. Clerk.
Item three, authorization to remove unlawfully parked vehicles from city parks pursuant to California Vehicle Code Section 22651N. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing removal of unlawfully parked vehicles from city parks pursuant to California Vehicle Code section 22651N. And I believe that that is it for consent.
Would you read item 5? I've had a request to pull that from a couple of council members.
Item 5, contract with CityNet in the amount of $480,000 to provide homeless bridge housing.
Ms. Sneddon, I believe you wanted item 3 pulled. Was that you?
I did, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Will there be public comment or should I go ahead and make comments now or questions I have or?
Well, usually we do, well, go ahead and make your comments and then I'll see if there's public comment on it.
Okay.
Ms. Gutierrez? Did you want to pull an item? We can't hear you. We still can't hear you. Ms. Clerk, is anyone raising their hands to ask to speak on items on the consent calendar?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Anna Marie Gott for item 3. And at this point, no other speakers for other consent items, but if, excuse me, and Mr. Schaefer on item 5.
Okay, well, Ms. Sneddon, let's hear you can go first. And I'm getting a message that Ms. Gutierrez also wanted to have item 3 pulled for discussion. So go ahead.
So I'm supposed, should we hear public comment first or, well, I guess I could start with a question or just about the considerations for, I'm not sure I understand the need for sooner than, I mean, if right now it's 72 hours and then it, you know, why not 48 or 24 or the county does, I think they do like 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. And then I have questions about also, I mean, until we expand safe parking or other places for people to go, I'm not sure I understand what will happen to those vehicles. I understand it's a problem, but I'm not feeling in favor of being able to tow vehicles and they haven't even been there 24 hours. So I guess I have a question.
Then let's ask staff to come on and give an explanation of this item. Would it be Ms. LeBlanc or Ms. Zachary? Someone from the Parks Department? Ms. LeBlanc, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's Jasmine LeBlanc, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. And thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. We are asking for, right now we have the ability to issue citations for people who are violating parking lot rules. And we also have the ability to tow vehicles that have been abandoned for at least 72 hours. What we're asking for is an additional tool in our toolkit to be able to tow vehicles when necessary with less than 72 hours as abandoned vehicles. So we actually have quite a large variety of parking lot misuse challenges in our parking lots. And these actually unhoused community members who are dwelling in their vehicles is a relatively small challenge that we have compared to some of the other ones. So we find commercial and industrial businesses storing their work vans and vehicles in our parking lots, nearby residents and businesses using the parking spaces as overflow off-street parking, people leaving abandoned vehicles, and then occasionally, sometimes illicit activities that are occurring from inside of vehicles. So drug use and sales and prostitution. So having the ability to be able to tow as soon as we see something like an illegal activity, an illicit activity that's occurring in the vehicle is a really helpful tool for our public safety employees. When it comes to unhoused community members that are in our parking spaces, we have no intention of immediately going out and towing vehicle dwellers. Our intention is, is to work with New Beginnings and other service providers to assist those vehicle dwellers to get them on the road to stable housing. And so if this resolution is approved today, we will not be going out and authorizing immediate towing of vehicles, because we know that there are people that are there because they feel they have no other place to be. And so we want to be able to help those people, but we also want to be able to manage the other challenges that we're facing in our parking lots as well. So that's where this resolution is coming from.
Thank you. So I just have I guess I have a question about, like, you know, drugs or prostitution or illicit activity. Wouldn't you call the police for that? I mean, towing a car away, I'm not sure solves that. I'm just I'm at a loss. I guess I would just vote for this separately. I mean, 24 hours, okay. And if you have abandoned vehicles, if they're abandoned for 72 hours or 48 hours even, okay. But yeah.
Right. So there's it's very helpful to have this tool. So, you know, for instance, we had a situation about a month ago where a tow truck actually towed a broken down vehicle into our parking lot and just left, because they knew that the worst case was that we could issue a citation and have to wait for 3 days. And it's a challenge because our parking lots are, for the most part, relatively small, and we already face many complaints from community members who want to be able to park and access our parks. And when we have situations like this, we can't, you know, it's a spot that gets taken up for several days when it doesn't need to be. You know, if we had that ability to tow when the tow truck dropped off a broken down vehicle, that would have been really helpful.
Okay. Well, I think in that case, I mean, 24 hours, I think I'm in favor of something, but not just open any time. I guess I'll leave it at that, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and we did have a member of the public who wanted to speak on item 3. So Ms. Gott, I think, wanted to address this item, and then we could vote on it separately because it seems like Ms. Sneddon would like to vote against it. Ms. Gott, are you there?
And Madam Mayor, we do have 2 public speakers on this item. We have Ms. Gott and then Christine Schwartz.
Okay.
Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. So I would just recommend that maybe this needs to be tabled today and a little bit more thought go into it to actually put certain priorities or regarding towing maybe in the change. And I'd also just like to recommend that the city really consider using its parking lot with New Beginnings. We're going to see a substantial increase in the number of people that are going to be living out of their house, out of their cars and in RVs due to the pandemic and you know, the economic problems that many families are facing. And it seems to me that the largest property owner in the city, which is the city of Santa Barbara, really should partner more with New Beginnings. They offer a very good parking program to allow people to come in to parking lots at night to be able to sleep and then leave early in the morning. And again, I do support the park's ability to tow in situations like what was described. I think that in other situations, we might consider trying to actually have a revenue model for people that want to park in the park at night for their service vehicles. That way the city would be able to earn revenue that it sorely needs right now and still allow some of those businesses to operate and have people bring their vehicles home when they don't have an extra parking place at their residence at night. So those are some thoughts. My biggest one being this might need to be a little bit more fine-tuned before you guys go ahead and vote on this and approve it. Thank you.
Very good. Another speaker, Ms. Schwartz from New Beginnings.
Christine Schwartz, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. I'm Christine Schwartz, Executive Director of New Beginnings. We operate the Safe Parking Program. I'm taking this opportunity to speak with you today about the Parks and Recreation Department's proposed resolution regarding the removal of unauthorized vehicles from city parks property. COVID has resulted in the interruption of many services, businesses, and resources for all community members, including those without housing. Necessary adjustments have been made by all, and people without housing have had to seek shelter in areas such as parks so that they can physically distance, as well as gain access to hygiene and sanitation facilities and connection to food distribution, healthcare, and other services. Unfortunately, COVID has also resulted in an increase in the number of families and individuals living out of their vehicles, and consequently, safe parking must expand and identify additional lots for both day and nighttime use. It remains challenging to find property owners willing to offer their lots to our program, and this proposed resolution further underscores the critical need for lot owners to consider working with safe parking so that we may minimize the need for people to sleep on our streets. Our continuum of care has endeavored to follow CDC guidelines for its planning and response to COVID, which requires a whole community approach involving many partners, including local government and homeless service providers. Many effective collaborations have been formed and strengthened in the last year to support community members without housing and to reduce the risks associated with the spread of COVID and sleeping outdoors. Safe Parking has long enjoyed a strong and effective partnership with the City of Santa Barbara Community Development and Public Works Departments, and we have very much appreciated the city's support and flexibility in assisting the vehicular homeless during this past year. We hope to add the Parks and Recreation Department to our network of collaborators. In light of their proposed resolution, it will be critical for us to work together with Parks and Recreation to ensure that families and individuals living in their vehicles remain safe and that they don't incur excessive fines or towing charges, which will only further exacerbate their already weak financial situations and cause them to lose the only means of shelter they have, putting more people on the street, taxing an already overextended social service community, and increasing the risk of COVID transmission. New Beginnings is encouraged by initial discussions with leadership from the Parks and Recreation Department regarding coordinating our efforts to ensure that individuals and families who live in their vehicles are given the opportunity to connect to services before any enforcement actions are imposed on them, and that they are allowed to enjoy the parks during operating hours like all other community members. I respectfully request that the council compels the Parks and Recreation Department to work with Safe Parking and other community partners to strengthen our combined efforts and continue to bridge, not break down, the linkages that result in connection to services and ultimately a return to housing. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Schwartz. So Ms. LeBlanc or Ms. Zachary, if you could come back and respond to the New Beginnings comments, if you can assure us that you take into account when it's someone who's, needing a place to park because they're unhoused and not a problem like the tow truck, or what can you tell us? Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, council members, I think we've been working with New Beginnings, and we strove to identify that in our staff report, and we will continue to do that, as well as working with the many service providers throughout the city. Parking in a city park parking lot overnight is currently prohibited. And so, we are looking for your assistance in helping address really outlier issues. They're not everyday issues that we face, but sometimes we have intransient issues where someone's, basically stored a broken down car in Franceschi Park parking lot, for example, and it's taken us some amount of time to find a way to get it out of the park area. The numbers of times that we would need to use this, we're hoping are very minimal. Our goal is really to be able to work with all the different service providers, the individuals who are using the park parking lot for non-park purposes. And at the same time, remember that the parking lot is for people that go to the park and use the parks. And as we open up more and we have more programs and services, particularly youth in our parking lots and families, we begin to have increasing numbers of conflict. And so that's really what we're trying to do, is just another way in the event we need that assistance.
Okay. Mr. Kalan, a comment from you?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Ms. Schwartz's comments. The council should understand that the vehicles that we've been working with have been people who have refused to join the New Beginnings program for larger RVs. That's why it is problematic. We welcome New Beginnings. As the council knows, the city spends a very substantial amount of money to create the program Ms. Schwartz describes. We would love the people in parking lots to use the safe parking program. Many of them refuse the restrictions that program has.
Okay, so the decision before us is to put this forward, but with the understanding that the Parks Department is working with Safe Beginnings on safe parking related to helping people who need help. Ms. Harmon, your comments, and then Mr. Friedman, your comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is now an appropriate time for deliberative comments?
Yes, on this item 3.
This specific item. Thank you. Yes, I very much appreciate and certainly trust the intentionality of our Parks Department in moving this forward. It's clear that they're trying to serve everyone. But I have to say that I too have some pretty serious discomfort with just the breadth of this ordinance. You know, I trust, I want to make that very clear. I trust that the intentions are good and that this would be used sparingly. But to me, in reading this ordinance, there's just so much discretion that could be applied when towing is used as a tool. And for that reason, I'm really not comfortable with it. I think the language authorized to remove any vehicle in any city park or parking lot that is in violation of any ordinance or resolution. I mean, that's just so broad to me that I'm not comfortable moving forward with something that grants such broad discretion. And I think it's not necessary for all the reasons that Ms. Zachary and Ms. LeBlanc described. They do intend to use it in very limited circumstances. And I totally understand the need for this tool. I am not comfortable supporting it as broadly as it is written today. Perhaps we can hone in a little bit more closely on the specific problem that we're trying to address. Then I would certainly support it. But as it's written today, I will also be voting no. Again, with sincere appreciation for our park staff and what they're trying to accomplish to serve our whole city. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, your opinion, and then we'll see if a motion is in order. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be supporting the motion or the recommendation from staff today. I understand where my colleagues are coming from, and it is a very complex and conflicting issue for all of us. There aren't many options for those who are in unfortunate circumstances, but Ms. LeBlanc and Ms. Zachary and Mr. Colon have shown us that there's more to it than just the individuals who need to get into services. There's also these massive abuses or not massive, but limited abuses by cars being towed in there and left there and abandoned vehicles. The other thing, though, is that our parks are for everybody to enjoy, and we should all operate by the same rules, no matter who you are in the city, at the same times a day in there. And I appreciate Mr. Kalan saying that some of these vehicles have been offered to be in the New Beginnings and have refused. So I think, one, we do need to give our Parks Department and staff the tools they need to maintain our parks and the safety. It's not just the safety of the public, it's the safety of our staff. I think there are concerns within our own staff about safety issues that are going on in the parks. And this is a tool to protect our staff and to protect the public. I also think we should be looking at how to expand the New Beginnings parking program. And individuals should, if you're there and there's space in New Beginnings parking program, that's where you need to be. And if it is an instance where we do have a city park overnight where we're able to use that through New Beginnings, where it's monitored, where there's services provided, I think we should look at that. But to just have it uncontrolled the way it is right now, for all kinds of abuses is not something that we should continue. So I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendation today.
Mr. Friedman, I agree with you strongly enough that I believe that I would ask you to come back and make a motion so we can move this forward. If it's voted down, it's voted down. If it passes, it passes. So I think staff can use their discretion and be humane about what they do. And I appreciate the comments from my colleagues.
So I'll move the staff recommendation.
And I'll second that. Is there any other discussion from council members we haven't heard from? Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question. Did city staff comment on there being like a call limit on a specific vehicle that will trigger the towing, or is it just one call and the car gets towed, or how does that work again?
Ms. LeBlanc, we need a little more clarification from you, or Ms. Zachary. Thank you.
Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, our staff are in our parks on a daily basis. We have people in our parks on a daily basis. So, it's not like from one day to the next a decision is necessarily made. It's usually over a course of time when we see things happening and when we see activities that are happening that are not permitted in a parking lot. And that really speaks to, for example, transit companies pull into city park parking lots and take up a bunch of spaces and start sorting. That's not a tow situation. You're not allowed to do that here situation. So we're pretty familiar with what goes on, and we interact with all of our park users. And so it's our goal to have a successful park experience for everybody, even if you're there just for the day or you're there for a specific activity. So I hope that's helpful. We don't just make decisions on a dime.
Okay. Yeah, I just to say my comments about this. I also have concerns about how broad it is. To echo Council Member Harmon's concerns. Although I also live in a neighborhood where I grew up with very problematic vehicles that honestly just made it unsafe for me as a child growing up, and just to go to and from school, to walk by those vehicles. And even now, currently, especially on the east side, I know that there are issues with vehicles parking in certain neighborhoods, especially across schools and such, that also make it unsafe for them. And yeah, so I feel like, although this is a bit of a problematic ordinance, I do feel that it's for the greater good of the community. So I will be voting in favor of it as well.
Okay, thanks for that. If there's any other comment, we'll take a roll call vote. And the motion is to go with staff recommendation on number 3. Thanks, Ms. Gorman.
Very good. Item 3, motion for staff recommendation, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Murillo. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes for Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Councilmember Harmon.
No.
Councilmember Snedden.
No, simply because it's too broad. Thank you.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That's passes 5-2. Thank you very much for the discussion, everyone. Let's go to item 5. I've also had a request to pull item 6. So if you already read 5 into the record, but to remind the public, it's the contract with CityNet to provide bridge housing. Mr. Jordan, you want to make a comment? And then Mr. Friedman, and then
Happy to, Madam Mayor. So the request to be pulled. I know Laura Doubles, Miss Doubles is waiting in the wings, and I'd just like to hear this described a little bit more about the program and in particular, the benefits this particular type of effort offers, what some of our successes have been, both in clearing those who were homeless on the east side and the success also at the county level. There's many more real life stories and successes that aren't really shown in the staff report, and I'd love just to have some of those shared with us, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council Member Jordan. Thank you for the opportunity for me to come here and speak to you about this very exciting possibility for a pilot program for our homeless neighbors. What this will actually do is we propose on putting aside 15 motel rooms. They would be possibly in a scattered site here locally. And that would enable us to hopefully serve at least 25 individuals through a 6-month period. We of course hope for a whole lot more to serve than 25, but that will depend on how many permanent housing opportunities would become available during that time period. So our hopes are for more. And we'll just wait and see if that was to pan out. Hopefully we will serve more if this is approved by the council today. So I just want to speak to what Council Member Jordan was asking, in that we did use this same sort of program when we had to move out and clear the individuals that were under our Cacique and Milpas underpasses. That was due to a public safety issue there, being that they were in an infrastructure situation that would cause people passing by to actually have to go out into the street, and it became a real safety issue. So we had, CityNet had been very successful with this project. They went in and they were able to have 9 of those individuals accept motel rooms, so that they were able to actually help them move them over to motels and get them out of that dangerous situation. And out of those 9, we actually had 7 that CityNet worked with for many months and placed in permanent housing options. And so that was a very successful project there. The other 2 decided to move on their own. They self-exited and moved out of the city. So we just really were thankful that that worked out so well. So this is the same sort of model that we used then, in that these would serve CityNet clients that they have been working with here in the city of Santa Barbara to help transition them into what they call bridge housing, which is a temporary situation in order to get them document ready and whatever is needed to match them and place them into more permanent housing solutions. So I just wanted to mention that the county also had a project Room Key that I know you all have heard of, and that is actually coming to an end, but they had 57% housing success rate from that project, and that's really, really good. And so I think here in Santa Barbara, it has shown to be very successful, these models. And we just hope that by having CityNet, which is a really good partner for street and homeless outreach, as well as providing those supportive services and case management and, basically being there and walking through what these individuals need to make them successful into permanent housing. We feel that this is a really good option, a good pilot program to put out there to see how we do. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman, did you have questions for Ms. Doubles?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some questions, just one for the public, but also as I was going through this, and I know we've talked about some of these questions, Ms. Doubles, so I'll try and pull them up here. But just wanted to go through them because I think they're important to this discussion on whether or not we should go forward at this time with it. So the first one is, how would this program help us address individuals who are in highly problematic areas such as the Garden Street on-ramp, the Castillo on-ramp, or the railroad tracks?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. Thank you for that question. Yes, this program we're proposing is really going to help us with those situations, those very high profile and dangerous, in fact, situations, in that we are prioritizing, city staff is prioritizing what is considered to be health and safety dangers, or also city properties that we are needing to have cleared due to other circumstances. And so those issues, those areas that you talk about are definitely a very hazardous situation. And so that would be one of our priorities, to have that be offered in that situation. We would have those rooms to offer those individuals to be able to get them out of there.
And then it's not just the room, so the services, and you're talking about them, are the services part of this 480,000, or would it be in additional cost for the services that are required?
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman, yes, the services are included in that. That is a whole project. We do have our PLHA funding that was also approved recently by the council. That actually gives us money for CityNet actual supportive services and help in the case management. And this would actually kind of complement that program by giving them a place to actually transition them into and help even further. It's very helpful to be able to establish where an individual is when you're working with them as a case manager, instead of having to track them somewhere around town. I know our behavioral wellness partner in the county also mentioned that too, that he felt like this would be extremely helpful for them as well in dealing with some of the clients that they have and they help us with, in knowing where they are.
Thank you. And a couple more questions. One is, can you speak to, so we could use this for others, different potential uses that we could use for this, but this is based on the I don't know the words out there, but based on what you're seeing and what we're evaluating, this is a solution that could help us address some of these ongoing issues. Can you speak to the issue of the pallet homes and why pallet homes weren't the preference here? Because I know that's getting a lot of support in the community, or a lot of questions about that. And you're going this approach rather than the pallet homes like out in Isla Vista.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. Yeah, I was definitely approached as that would be an option that I needed to consider. So I did actually, that project that the county put into place in Ivy started in December of last year. And so it's been close to almost 4 months now, but there's been a lot of data and information that has been very vital to us in making a determination on which way to go. One of the issues is that the actual cost of that project was over $900,000. It was similar in nature, and it was basically for 6 months, is what I'm saying, similar in nature, 6-month period. They actually were looking to serve, their original goal was 50 people. And they placed 20 pallet homes out there at the park, and they were hoping that each pallet home would serve 2 individuals, so 40 at a time. What ended up happening was, through COVID, the public health department actually had to kind of regulate that situation, in that they couldn't have people from different households so in one home. So they could only place 1 individual in each of those pallet homes unless they were from the same household. So that significantly decreased how many they were able to serve. And I think it turned out to be about 26 people. So we are looking to, our goal is at least 25. So we are looking to serve the same amount of people, but at almost half the cost at $480,000. The other things to take into consideration that also swayed for this way is that the pallet homes needed a lot of, for one thing, it had locating a site. The other thing was all of the infrastructure requirements. So there was a lot placed on the County General Services Department in order to set all of those pallet homes up with electricity and infrastructure requirements. So each pallet home needed a receptacle, a light, and a heater in each one. So you can imagine that is a lot of electricity to try to power up 20 of those, as well as insurance costs, and then the idea of having to have a central trailer location for restrooms and showering. So there is a lot to consider with that, a lot more costs actually than what originally was thought to be incurred. And with using motel rooms, you already have all of that in place. There is no setup cost such as that. And each of those units in motels have their own restroom, and it's a non-congregate shelter, as the pallet homes are as well, in that each person has their own room.
Thank you, Ms. Doubles. That's very helpful. Madam, I don't have any further questions. I have some comments, but we can do public comment, or if other colleagues have one before I go into their, Madam Mayor, or however you prefer.
Let's see if there's anyone wanting to make public comment on item 5, the HEAP grant money, no, SEMP. The SEMP money for CityNet. Ms. Clerk, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 3 public speakers for this item: Jeff Schaefer, Chuck Flax, and Rob Fredericks.
Very
Jeff Schaefer. Jeff Schaefer, please go ahead.
Thank you, and forgive me for jumping on early, but I'm excited about this project. Jeff Schaefer at SB Act. Just really want to support this and thank the city very much for finding this funding and coming up with this plan. I feel like the city is really putting together all the building blocks to be successful ultimately in helping more individuals and families out of homelessness in the long run, between the funding for coordination, the sustainable funding for CityNet for continued coordinated outreach citywide, to all the other partners, the shelter, the safe parking, the housing providers that you as well sustain. And now to create this another hugely needed option for people on the streets to have more units for stabilization is another huge step forward. So I just want to thank you so much for this opportunity. And this new funding is really key. And as Ms. Doubles spoke to, it's been proven successful already. Kasika on the east side was a great success. It's definitely something desired by clients over the pallet shelters, sometimes over shelter beds, just because if they do have their own space, they can get these meals 3 times a day and have showers and direct contact with multiple service providers, which is great. It provides for this idea of flow. One of the main things we've been learning through our regional action plan calls, neighborhood navigation calls, is that a lot of these folks are already CityNet clients and they're willing to move forward. There's just nowhere for them to go. This brings about another option for them, which is fantastic. So it's needed for current clients. It also allows me, as I'm meeting with these different stakeholders, East Side, State Street downtown, and Waterfront, to now try to raise some matching funds for sustainability for some of these projects, so we can create more of a city kind of private-public partnerships, which is huge. I have a call next week with some of those partners to start discussing what those options might be. So I just want to say, go City of Santa Barbara, go CityNet. Love this idea and fully supportive, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Schaefer. But Mr. Flax is next.
Chuck Flax, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this is Chuck Flax. I'm an independent consultant. working on homelessness issues. And I actually am in the process of completing an evaluation of the coordinated entry system for the county. And one of the findings that we're seeing out of that report, and it was also echoed in the state auditor's report on Santa Barbara, was that even though millions of dollars are being spent on rapid rehousing to get people into housing using the Housing First model, there's often a long lag time between when someone is matched with rapid rehousing and when they're actually placed. The beauty of this program, and I hope to see many more like it, is that it allows case managers to have a place for someone to go that is desirable in this interim period between the time that they're matched with rental subsidies and able to be put into a unit. So even though we have this shortage of units available in Santa Barbara, we're actually seeing an increasing amount of rental assistance, but it takes time to get people placed. This stopgap measure, this kind of interim housing solution, is a wonderful addition to the tools that we have. And so I commend you all for putting this forward. I hope you will support it. And I think the whole system will benefit. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Flax. Mr. Fredericks?
Next speaker is Rob Fredericks, and after Mr. Fredericks, Eric Kruger has raised his hand. Rob Fredericks, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Rob Fredericks of the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara. Yes to what Mr. Flax just mentioned. You know, as you all know, there's a great need for affordable housing throughout the entire nation, and that's one of the reasons why we have nearly 600,000 unhoused people on any given single night in communities across the United States. And Santa Barbara has similar situations that we need to lean into. And this proposal that's in front of you today, I believe is a really valid proposal to consider, modeled after the state's Room Key program that was very successful over the last year. Your housing authority was able to house over 50 unhoused persons through Project Room Key. And this is a very similar model for bridge housing, getting people off the streets, getting them stabilized with services, and then moving them on to permanent housing. So, and part of that was a really good linkage that we've had with CityNet. They've proven themselves to be a very strong operator and provider of services. And I just wanted you to have that information as you move forward in your deliberations today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kruger?
Eric Kruger, please go ahead. Eric Kruger. Eric Kruger, go ahead. Okay, Madam Mayor, Mr. Kruger was the final speaker on this item.
Okay, we'll close the public comment on item 5. And is someone ready to move this forward? If we think we're just going to approve it with the other items, anyone objecting to this item or comments? Mr. Jordan and then Ms. Gutierrez.
Madam Mayor, I know Mr. Friedman still has some comments, but I'll just make the motion to get it started. I guess we'll do it separately, allow him to make some comments, but I'll move the staff recommendation. For many of the reasons that everybody talked about, a normal person thinks this is an obscene amount of money. It might very well be an obscene amount of money. They also don't understand the dynamic of keeping these people as they go through the next stage of housing somewhere where they're comfortable, their comfort levels are, their community they're in. This accomplishes all that. Anybody you talk to about the word bridge housing has different kind of nuances of what that means. But this is truly a proven method for a bridge step off the street where they get stabilized, they receive the resources to continue that stabilization, and they walk across that bridge to the next type of bridge housing or some type of transition housing. I can't support this. Right now, I don't know another method that has the positive track record of this, so I'm fully in support of this and happy to make that motion.
Thanks. Mr. Friedman, I forgot you had comments to make. Go ahead. Did you want to second his motion?
Yeah, I'll second it. So I agree with Councilmember Jordan and the staff presentation today. I don't think there's a better way to address some of these issues and get the people who need these services into services than through this program. And the reason is what happened over on Cacique Street with the underpass, and this is the program we used. And until we had used it, there wasn't a way to address the sidewalk issue for the residents of that neighborhood. So I've seen it work, and it enabled us as the city to address a very complex issue and serious issue for all the residents on that part of the town and on the bridge. The concern I would have ultimately, though, is that 6 months from now, we'll have some individuals that are in services, but we're going to continue to have that problem. So I hope the public understands. It's hard for me to understand, too, that it's a larger issue than the city is going to be able to solve on our own. And this is one of the best tools we have that's in our toolbox to do. So that's why I'm supporting it moving forward. And we need to look at this nationally and have some investment and have a dialogue with state, because the cities all over are struggling with this issue, and we're doing the best we can. On this one in particular, the fact that we can go into some of the problematic hotspots like the railroad tracks and some of these on and off ramps that are highly visible, and get some of these individuals out of those circumstances that are threats to them, but also threats to the public health as well and safety. We have to do something. We don't have an option to do nothing, and that's what this offers us. The last thing I just wanted to add, it's a little bit outside the scope of this, but I would like to get some more information at some time about the restorative courts, because my understanding in prepping for this item is that North County has that and South County doesn't. So I think it would be a helpful part of the discussion to understand what is restorative courts, how can it help us get people into services. Sometimes if they don't want to, but we know they need to get them, and we're able to do it that way. But my understanding is South County doesn't have them. So what are restorative courts? Why don't we have them? And can we get them? And is it something that we want to get? I think that's something that could really help us move the discussion on trying to at least make a dent in this. So those are my comments, and I'll of course second it, so I'll be supporting the motion.
Thanks. Any other comments on item 5 before we take a vote? Ms. Clerk, if you would take a roll call vote on item 5.
This is for item 5, the motion for the staff recommendation. Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. That's a yes? Yes, confirming a yes visually. Mayor Murillo?
Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you. 5 has passed. We have a request to pull item 6. Mr. Jordan, did you have something else?
I was going to move the rest of the consent item. I'll wait for number 6. Sorry.
Well, it was Ms. Gutierrez who asked for it to be pulled, but she might be having audio problems. We could call park staff up, the Creeks Division, to give us a little primer on what it is, and then we can vote on that one separately. Ms. Gutierrez, did you want to try to turn your mic on? I'm sorry you're having troubles today, Ms. Gutierrez. Well, Mr. Benson, thank you for being here. And if you would just give us a short description of this item, we would be great. Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, I think I just need to read the subject line into the record.
Thank you.
First, final design contract amendment in the amount of $52,696 for the Andre Clark Bird Refuge Restoration Project.
Go ahead, Mr. Benson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. This item is just to increase the original contract amount for final design of a restoration and water quality improvement project at the Andre Clark Bird Refuge. Council had previously approved a final design contract, and we just have extra work, extra services necessary to get us through the permitting process. We're in front of the California Coastal Commission right now, and there are some extra items involved in the environmental review and the permitting process, and we just needed extra funding to complete the final design.
Okay, that seems very straightforward. Thank you. Is there any public comment for item 6? Ms. Gorman?
No, Madam Mayor, no public comment for this item.
Okay. We'll close this item. Mr. Jordan, I will take a motion then to move the rest.
I'll move 6 and the balance of the rest of the consent items.
And so that would be minus item 3 and 5, which we
Correct.
voted.
If you're keeping score, yeah.
Ms. Snedden, a second?
Yes, a second, and I just wanted to voice support for the continued project plan on the Andre Clark Bird Refuge. It's such a important project for sustainability and for cleaning up that area. So just an additional support for that.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. And I did try to send a message to Ms. Gutierrez, so I think we're good to move forward. Thank you. We'll take a vote on that motion. Ms. Clerk, please.
Very good. This was a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Snedden for the balance of the consent calendar except for items 3 and 5. Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. And that's a yes, confirming yes visually. Councilmember Harmon
Yes.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that was unanimous. Thank you. Consent calendar is done. Unless there's members of the public, I forgot to ask if there was any other public comment up through item 15.
No, Madam Mayor. No
Thank
further
you.
public
Thanks, folks. So let's go ahead and start item 16. We'll have the staff presentation, and then I think we'll take a break. We'll see if Ms. Snedden's audio sounds a little funny today. And then maybe if we take a break, our technical problems can be fixed before we start questions and engagement from the council members. So is it Ms. Hernandez going to give us? There you are. Welcome. Ms. Gorman, did you read it into the record already?
That's what I will do right now.
Okay.
Item 16, application for a $40,000 certified local government grant for an African-American Black historic context statement. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing application for a $40,000 certified local government grant for an African-American Black historic context statement.
Take it away, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I am Nicole Hernandez, the city architectural historian, and with me today is also Irma Unzueta, design review supervisor, and Renee Brooks, city planner. We're here to present our request to apply for a grant from the California Office of Historic Preservation for an African-American Black historic context statement. Next slide. So as a certified local government, the city of Santa Barbara is eligible to apply for grants to support historic preservation activities through the California Office of Historic Preservation, as they are required by federal law to pass through at least 10% of the annual historic preservation fund allocation to the certified local governments. California is elected to distribute this money through the competitive grant program. And we intend to apply for a grant for funds to be used to prepare an African American Black historic context statement. Next slide. So a context statement is a comprehensive historic background of a community, encompassing all things from all parts of time. So you get a real broad view of the whole history. And then it goes on to identify buildings that represent that history and may be eligible for historic designation. Next slide. So the Office of Historic Preservation has focused on funding grants that develop these context statements representing diverse communities in California. Many cities, including San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Long Beach, have developed these context statements with this funding to document their culturally diverse histories. For example, Los Angeles has historic context statements prepared for African American, Asian American, Jewish, Latino, LGBT, and women's rights communities. Next slide. So for some background to how we developed this idea for our historic context statement was after the Black Lives Matter protests last summer on June 9th, Council did direct staff to work with the HLC to identify, protect, and preserve places of historic importance to the African American Black community. And that summer we did designate the St. Paul's AME Church as a landmark, and it was the first landmark representing the African American Black community. But there's a much bigger story to be told. And there is still a lack of recognition and understanding about this whole history and contributions of the African American and Black community to the city. And we as a local city, a certified local government and designated Preserve America community must continue to expand our historic preservation program and identify this more comprehensive history and more historic resources to guide the future planning and preservation efforts. The context statement will be an excellent way to document this history and historic resources. Next slide. So public involvement with the process. So we will, if we award the grant, if we're awarded the grant, we will hire a consultant selected through a request for proposal process required with the grant. We will require that the consultant work with our advisory group, which right now is a group of people from Healing Justice and the HLC, as well as partner with community liaisons to organize public workshops and gather local and oral history. Public involvement is really critical to the success of the project. It must be an inclusive endeavor, which the preservation professionals hear the local voices and develop an understanding of the local community's vision of important issues, interests, and places of historic significance. Next slide. So since last summer of 2020, I have been working with members of Healing Justice and the Historic Landmarks Commission and with an advisory group preparing for this grant application. And this advisory group will also work with the consultant and develop the context statement and complete peer review. Next slide. So the consultant deliverables, what we are going to require the consultant first will be to work with a community liaison partner and create a real comprehensive community outreach strategy so we know how they're going to really work with our community and at the time that they will do that, as well as submitting administrative and public review drafts and a final context statement that will be posted on the city's website, distributed to libraries and community groups, and delivered to the California Office of Historic Preservation. And from that final statement, we would move towards designating buildings they found were eligible for designation. Next slide. So the budget, the grant request is for $40,000, which is the maximum allowed, to hire the consultant and work with community liaisons and develop a holistic history of the African American Black community in Santa Barbara. The required match in local funds can be in kind and will be the staff time to support the effort and administer the grant. Next slide. And the timeline. The project must be complete by September 30th, 2022, as per the grant rules. So they'll announce the grant this summer. We will start the consultant selection, and then fall through May, there will be public meetings, research and writing, and in May 2022, the draft statement will be released for peer and HLC review. And in September 2022, the final report will be released and posted. Next slide. So we're recommending that council adopt a resolution authorizing the application for a $40,000 certified local government grant for an African American Black historic context statement. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. I will call up our council members if they have questions. And Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Your
better?
sound is good. You
Okay,
have like a buzz going before.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I didn't know this better, but so I just in recent conversations, and I think it's been an ongoing conversation about a Black African American Cultural Resource Center, and I'm just interested in how this context statement might inform that or not, or if they're completely separate, or if that might be somehow related in this. And thank you for these efforts.
So this is a little bit separate, but I'm sure they'll be tied together because this is sort of the big preservation tool that is always encouraged to complete first before doing some designations. So this is our basic tool so we can designate buildings and really recognize them and then protect them. But we just need something more comprehensive to understand the full history and how the buildings relate to that. And so I think the Cultural Center will probably have copies of the context statement, and we'll work together to recognize the buildings. I think it's, although we pass the preservation designations to protect the buildings, it always comes from the community, and that partnership is going to be critical that we all work together to make these important because they're special to all of us, not just the city government. It's really the people behind it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hernandez. We always learn so much from your presentations and when the research that you do in coming to us, and just really thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Hernandez? It's so straightforward and such a great project, but we should hear from the public, and after public comment, we'll take a break then, and then Ms. Gutierrez can ask questions at that time if she has any. So if there's no other questions from the council at this point, Ms. Gorman, are folks raising their hands to speak on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have several speakers. We have Sojourner Roll, Simone Ruskamp, Jordan Killebrew, Ann Peterson, and Kai Tepper.
Excellent.
So Sojourner Roll.
If my council members could come back on the screen, we'll listen to public comment. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and council member and all the members of the public. I'm very honored to be able to speak to you this afternoon on behalf of this resolution. I am affiliated with Healing Justice, and I also have served with the advisory committee working with Ms. Hernandez on this issue for the past year since that relationship with the Historic Landmarks Committee was established. I feel very strongly about this. I have been involved with pursuing trying to tell the story of the African American Black community in Santa Barbara for a number of years now. And I can tell you that over the years, there has been community interest in this. There have been a number of efforts beginning over 30 years ago with a project started by Ranford Hopkins interviewing community members. There's been Cedric Robinson, a professor, late professor at UCSB, who created a calendar in the mid-90s. There have been several efforts, but in the past year, there's been an increase in efforts. And I think that one of the things that Ms. Hernandez's report might show is that last year, when this issue of the African American communities issues came before City Council, there was over 600 members of the community who commented on it, and essentially in support of something that, the Black community here has been referred to as the invisible community. People come to town and say, is there a Black community? Do people live here? And we, even with the last year's passing of the landmark status for St. Paul Church, it was established that that church had over 100-year history in Santa Barbara, as well as some of the other significant places of interest here. And participation in this community has been long and fruitful and productive, and has contributed to some of the basic foundation of what we know of as the greater Santa Barbara community now. So all of these efforts, probably, in the last year, there's been newspaper articles, there's been online articles, there've been programs. Recently, we had the Black History Month program, which documented some of the particulars about the history of the Black African American community. And just yesterday, the Santa Barbara County Genealogical Society published an incredibly large exhibition online, put an exhibition online of work they've done to create and document and express to the community the history of the African American community. Yet, that story needs to be collected for this historical statement and to support the designation of these other important entities within our community. So I want to express my full support for this recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. And also recognizing you're a former poet laureate, so thank you. The next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Simone Roskamp, then Jordan Killebrew, Ann Peterson, Kai Tepper, and Karina Jew. Simone Roskamp. Please go ahead.
Greetings, Council. As some of you may know, I'm one of the founders of Juneteenth Santa Barbara, but also one of the founders of Healing Justice Santa Barbara. And our intention has always been to preserve Santa Barbara's Black history, but also to make space for the history that we're creating right now. This is definitely one of those things. Hopefully you can hear that I'm smiling as I say this, but I am really, really excited about the potential for this grant. I know Sojourner mentioned that she has been sharing history for years, which is an understatement. It's definitely been decades. And she has lovingly been just really a living library for our community, but we want to make sure that that continues to be sustained and accessible for generations to come. I think there was a question about how this might tie into the Black and African American Cultural Resource Center. And why we might call them distinct projects, I think they actually very much overlap, because again, we're wanting to save what exists now and create space for what is yet to come. Also to have a place where people can talk to someone in person about the history that they're learning and engaging with. I think we as Healing Justice, but also Juneteenth, have demonstrated time and time again that, oh, that's my toddler. Not only are we resources, but we also create blueprints for other communities to follow and be able to access resources, but also in ways to make different things available to our community. So we would hope that you would help us protect what we're creating, but also that the city would invest alongside with us in this initiative. I know this was brought up as something that City Council directed city staff to do, but I think it's important for you all to remember that this was something that actually community, especially Healing Justice, really leveraged our power to City Council and then directed staff to do. But this has been something that should have happened quite a long time ago. So again, the community is invested and we need our city investment as well for these beautiful public resources and preservation of Black history. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jordan Killebrew. Jordan Killebrew, please go ahead.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor, council members, Nicole, of course, for putting that wonderful presentation together, and of course, city staff for your time. I'm Jordan Killebrew. I'm co-founder of Juneteenth, a fervent supporter of Healing Justice Santa Barbara, among several hats that I wear in the community. And I'm here to support this grant application for the African American Black Historical Context Statement. It is beyond time that we have something for this beautiful city of ours. As you know, Healing Justice is simply put for the love of Black people. And it's fitting that I follow Simone because it's founded by Simone and Crystal Seagar Farmer. This collective works so hard to uplift our most vulnerable. And as you know, on May 31st of last year, these Black femme leaders charged this council and community with demands to uplift our history, our Black landmarks, and recognize them. And the City Council moved forward with these demands. I'm here again to support the Black African-American historical context, to help share our truths and create a structure and baseline of the achievements and histories of Black and African-Americans in Santa Barbara. This will allow us to accurately tell our collective story and build from it. I see this as continued work from the demands put forth by Simone and Crystal to uphold historical landmarks and to support this as an extension of something that City Council has already committed to. I want to thank you so much for your time, and I urge you all to move forward with this grant application for the African-American Black Historical Context Statement. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ann Peterson. Ann Peterson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I am the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, and I wanted to express our support for the City of Santa Barbara's application for a CLG grant to support an African-American Black Historic Context Statement. This project reflects both the priorities of the State of California's Preservation Plan, grant programs offered by the California Office of Historic Preservation, as well as the objectives of the historic resources element of our city's general plan. It's a competitive application with a good chance of funding, and it will support the necessary documentation of the African-American history of our city. The resulting document will not only provide a critical historical record, but also serve as a first step for future historic resource designations, interpretive projects, and public appreciation of the African-American history of Santa Barbara. This project resulted directly from the efforts of Healing Justice Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Juneteenth Committee to encourage the city to prioritize Black history and preservation. Successful historic preservation projects of this type are community-led and require the central participation of those who hold the knowledge and maintain the personal relationships to create a rich and deep historical portrait of the community. This project is well positioned for success with at least 2 such organizations to support an African-American historic context statement in Santa Barbara. We're grateful to Healing Justice and the Juneteenth Committee for their commitment to both draw attention to and lead this work alongside city staff. I strongly encourage you to support this grant application. The Trust's mission is in part to advocate for historic preservation countywide. This proposed Black History Context Statement is a critical project that will support historic preservation efforts for our community. The Trust intends to support the work in any way that serves the project and its leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your letter too. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kai Tepper. Kai Tepper, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kai Tepper, and as a Santa Barbara-born Asian American, I have grown up with a deep awareness of the erasure of many diverse, significant histories that for generations helped nurture, protect, and build our beautiful city. Without protecting significant landmarks for people of color, preservation of their histories becomes critically threatened. I support the proposed recommendation and any effort by the council to prioritize action and resources centering the African-American Black community and their incredible contributions that they have made to Santa Barbara. It is long overdue for Santa Barbara to dismantle a primarily a historical narrative that is rooted in a white perspective and invest in bringing to light the rich, diverse narratives that are often long forgotten. The collective Santa Barbara community should be proud and honored to celebrate and preserve the history of our beautiful Black community in every way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our final speaker is Karina Ju. Karina Ju, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and council members, I too would like to support the recommendation for the historic context statement. I think it's very important that we protect the history of the Black community in Santa Barbara, as well as the existing community. And I feel that it is not only important that we get a history that can form the basis for historic preservation, but that we see the process that includes oral history the ways that type of process can really help uplift a community and validate.
Ms. Chu? Ms. Gorman, she's cut out on us. Well, we understood her to be supporting the grant and for us to pursue this project. So thanks, Ms. Chu. Is there anyone else waiting in the wings there?
No, Madam Mayor, that's the final public speaker on this item.
We'll close public comment. I will go from this way, Ms. Harmon. I'm just looking at my squares. If you want to go first, this is the recommendation that we're looking at to go ahead and apply for this money. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. I wanted to start, first in recognition of the work of Healing Justice to get us to this point. Of course, for the initiation of this last year, and then their continued effort over the year with Ms. Hernandez and city staff to get us here. I want to name that and lift that up as a couple of our callers, Ms. Ruskamp, Mr. Killebrew noted. So I wanted to start there. As well as to say, I will be very proud to vote in support of this today. I too hope, as Councilmember Sneddon asked, that this leads to a tangible conversation in connection with the Black African American Community Center. I think this is an important step on that path. So wanted to put that out there publicly and go on record in my support of that. And I would be happy to move staff recommendations on this item, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll happily second the motion. Just in the recent, I know you, Madam Mayor, also participated in the Black is Beautiful presentation that was put on by not just members of Healing Justice, but I know Sojourner Roll also presented, and many of our community leaders in the history, and a lot of it that is just not known by the broader community. And I'm really looking forward to having more celebration of that history and really giving space for that to be a broader part of our historic preservation. I think that's a lot of times when we talk about historic preservation, we think of only one particular type of history, and we have such an interwoven tapestry of a complex history. And I'm really looking forward to learning more about it. And this grant will give the resources to be able to really celebrate and put that in context for all of us. And as much as that could be part of and in tandem with the support of a Black Cultural Resource Center, I think this is really fantastic to move forward with. So, no comment.
Thank you. I too will be supporting the motion, and that Sojourner Roll is the lead historian. I know she has deep connections with UC Santa Barbara's library and collections, and also our own library. Thank you to Healing Justice and to all the community members who said, let's take a look at the history, the culture, let's identify the locations, let's celebrate. Thank you to the Historic Landmarks Commission and our city staff and our urban historian for working hard on this. Looking forward to learning more about our African American history in Santa Barbara. Any other commentary? Otherwise, we'll take a vote. Thanks.
This is for item 16, a motion for the staff recommendation. Motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. No. No audio yet, but that's an affirmative yes. Councilmember Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden,
Yes.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Very good. We'll grateful for the unanimous vote. We send our historians and everybody off to get that personal history from everyone here in the community. Really looking forward to this project going forward. So we are going to take our break and we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. Meeting in recess. Meeting is reconvened. We're on item number 17. If you would read that into the record, please.
Certainly. Item 17, Regional Housing Needs Allocation Update.
Very good. We are ready for our presentation I am the representative to SBCAG. It's been a thorough discussion. Mr. Gullett is the staff member who's been participating in this process, and I'll hand it over to him. Thank you, Mr. Gullett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, council members. So we're here to present an update on the regional housing needs allocation. We're very pleased to have Mike Becker join us today. Mr. Becker is the Director of Planning for the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. Mr. Becker is going to start off by walking us through the RHNA process and how the units were distributed to the county in each of the cities. I'll then present some context and the approach for the city of Santa Barbara. Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Dan. I'm Mayor Murillo and council members. I'm Mike Becker, the Director of Planning for the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, or SBCAG. And SBCAG serves a variety of roles in the Santa Barbara County region. Most are primarily related to transportation. However, through our role as the Council of Governments, we are responsible for certain aspects of the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA process. Right now, we're nearing the completion of our work for the 6th cycle of RHNA, and I'm happy to share that process with you. Next slide, please. RHNA occurs in 8-year cycles and in 3 broad phases, with SBCAG involved with 2 of them. The 3rd phase is what you are about to enter and is carried out by local governments. SBCAG does not play a role in that 3rd phase. On the coming slides, I'll provide a more in-depth discussion on the first 2 phases. The first phase is the determination. For RHNA, determination refers to the number of housing units assigned to the region. SBCAG consults with the state's Department of Housing and Community Development on determining the region's number. The second phase is the methodology. This is where the most flexibility is to be had. For the methodology, SBCAG works with the region's local agencies to develop a methodology to allocate the region's determination to the local governments. The final phase is when each local government updates its housing element to accommodate its RHNA allocation. I believe Dan will touch on this a bit when I am done. Next slide, please. Before we get into it too deep, I want to highlight a new law that had a significant impact on this cycle of RHNA. And it's the reason why our region's determination was much higher than that from prior cycles. Senate Bill 828 changes the way that the region's number is calculated. It adds 2 new adjustment factors, and it changed a 3rd. In addition, it makes HCD more involved in the regional process. For those adjustment factors, the first is vacancy rate. That has always been included in the RHNA determination formula, but SB 828 changed it by considering a higher vacancy rate as being healthy for owner-occupied units. In prior cycles, a healthy vacancy rate was 5% for rental units and 2% for owner-occupied. It is now 5% for both, and that resulted in 4,000 units being added to our regional determination. SB 828 also added adjustment factors for overcrowding and cost burden. Overcrowding refers to housing situations with more than 1 person per room, including a living room. And that kind of works out to being a 1-bedroom unit is overcrowded with 3 people, but it's not overcrowded with 2. The other adjustment factor added by Senate Bill 828 is cost burden. Cost burden refers to households that expend more than 30% of their household income on housing. Without Senate Bill 828, our regional determination would have been about half of what it is. Next slide, please. And here you can see this table came from HCD, but it essentially highlights how the region's number is calculated. And I'll briefly walk you through it. If you see the line labeled line number 1, you start with the at the end of the RHNA period, which is 2031 in our case, of the forecasted population. So I believe it's about 488,000 is our forecasted regional population in 2031. From that, you subtract out the people that live in group quarters which would be dormitories, jails, or senior centers. So that gives you the number, which is shown on line 3. That's the future number of the people requiring housing. Line 4, that highlights the household formation rates. So the California's Department of Finance maintains formulas for determining population or number of people into number of households. So that's that 2031 number that required housing is converted into a number of housing units. And then you get into the adjustment factors. On lines 5, 6, 7, and 9, these are adjustment factors that are applied to achieve certain objectives, such as those that I just highlighted that resulted from Senate Bill 828. And then on line 8, they subtract out the existing housing units. So essentially it's future population, less the group quartered population, turn that into a number of housing units, adjust to achieve various state objectives, and then it gives you our 2031 housing demand. Then you subtract out the housing we already have, and that results in the number that we were assigned, being 24,856 for this 6th cycle. Next slide, please. The region's determination is divided by income categories. So we have the total number of the 24,856, but that's split into 4 separate income groups. And these splits align with the current economic reality of our region's population. For instance, 43.2% of the region's population falls into the above moderate income category, and therefore our determination includes 43.2% of the units in that above moderate income category. You can see in that first series of bullets there, the categories are very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. Very low is 0 to 50% of area median income. Low is 50 to 80%. Moderate is 80 to 120, and above moderate is greater than 120%. And one thing that was highlighted at the SBCAG board meeting when this came up was the fact that the above moderate income category doesn't necessarily translate to luxury housing. The bottom income level of the above moderate category is less than $90,000 a year. In reality, that wouldn't get you too far here. At the bottom of the slide, you can see the allocation by income level. And again, these numbers are proportional to the economic conditions of the region's population. Next slide, please. So I'll now transition from the determination, being the regional number, to the methodology that we use to allocate that to the region's local governments. First, there are a series of 5 objectives that are defined in state law. And whatever methodology we come up with as a region, that methodology must further those objectives. So throughout the process, we kept those 5 objectives front and center. The state's Department of Housing and Community Development is provided the opportunity to review the region's proposed methodology, and that review is focused entirely on seeing how our proposed methodology furthers those 5 objectives. 2 objectives of note, numbers 3 and 4 on the list. Objective 3 requires us to address jobs housing balance. And this also relates to SBCAG's Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy, which seeks to address the requirements of Senate Bill 375. Objective 4 ensures that we use the income groups to seek parity across the region. And on a coming slide, this will be illustrated more. Next slide, please. All right, we have 2 methodologies, one being from the regional number to each local jurisdiction, and then also a separate one that gets for the income groups, and one of those is 2 steps, so this can be a little bit confusing. But I'll begin here with the methodology that allocates the regional number to each of the local governments without regard for the 4 income groups. This is a 2-step methodology. The methodology first splits between our North County and South Coast areas. And that initial split is focused entirely on jobs, providing housing to match jobs. The result of that first step was 40% of the housing is allocated to the North County and 60% is allocated to the South Coast. And this aligns with the current employment in the region. And it is directly addresses that third objective of better matching jobs and housing. In the second step, we use the two factors that were added to the process by Senate Bill 828 to allocate within those two subregions. And those are overcrowding and cost burden. If for no other reason, Senate Bill 828 nearly doubled our region's number, and this step allocates those units back to the jurisdictions from which they resulted. I looked at the numbers for the city of Santa Barbara, and on both of those, the cost burden and overcrowding, it's right around 54% of each. So of the cost burden households in the south coast of Santa Barbara, 54% are in the city of Santa Barbara, and for the overcrowded, it's roughly the same. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the percentage allocation by subregion. And if you take note on the far right, you could see South Coast and North County. And as I mentioned, that first step allocates by jobs, and it results in just a hair under 60% of the region's number being allocated to the South Coast. Next slide, please. And here you can see the percentage of the total allocation for each jurisdiction. The city of Santa Barbara is highest at 32% of the region's number. And this is simply a result of applying the methodology. In the fifth cycle of RHNA, the one that we are currently in and nearly through, the city of Santa Barbara was allocated 37% of the total regional number. So percentage-wise, the city has a slightly smaller allocation than what the last cycle produced. Next slide, please. So following the allocation of the total number, we need to consider the income groups. And here's a description of the methodology that we employed to allocate the income groups. Essentially, we compared each jurisdiction's existing income groups to the regional average and then amplified that disparity by 1.5 times to develop a formula. The 1.5 times multiplier enables us to focus on that fourth objective of seeking income group parity. And you'll see on the next slide. So next slide, please. So this is the result of the income groups. So if you look at the four left columns, the city of Santa Barbara is on the second row there. The darker green, you're close to the regional average. The oranges and reds, you're further away from the regional average for each income group. So for instance, if you look at the upper left colored box, the city of Carpinteria is 4.1% below the regional average for the very low income. So the city of Santa Barbara is fairly well balanced already, and the RHNA allocation, which you'll see in a minute, also kind of corresponds with that. So, and you can see the four left columns, there's a lot of the reds and oranges and yellows. If you take the existing population, then add the proposed RHNA allocation, it seeks to balance it. However, we did find that the number is not high enough that you couldn't balance it in a single RHNA cycle. So essentially, we're pushing it as far as you can go within a single cycle. Next slide, please. So here you can see each jurisdiction's allocation by the proportion contained in each income group. The color bands that are behind represent the regional average. And you can note that the city of Santa Barbara trends fairly close to that regional average. If you want to see an extreme, look at the city of Guadalupe, which is near the middle of the screen, above where the legend for low is. Guadalupe currently has a very high disproportionate share of the very low income population. So through this process, then the city of Guadalupe is assigned a very low number in those categories. And on the other end of the spectrum, you can see the city of Goleta, they're being assigned a higher number of the low and very low categories, in excess of 50% of the total allocation, and that's because they currently they demonstrate the opposite. They have currently higher shares of above moderate and moderate households, so they're assigned higher numbers of the low and very low. Next slide, please. And this is the result of the process. The allocations range from as high as 8,001 units for the city of Santa Barbara to as few as 165 units for the city of Buellton. I should note that the county was assigned their RHNA allocation by subregion, so the South Coast Unincorporated or St. Inez Valley Unincorporated. And while we look at this, just let me offer a couple thoughts. Senate Bill 828 increased the region's number. Without Senate Bill 828, our number would have been about 13,000. Other regions in the state are feeling the impacts of Senate Bill 828 as well. When we began the consultation process with the state's Department of Housing and Community Development, our first draft regional number was in excess of 30,000 units. Through the consultation process and the development of a comparable regions analysis, which factors into the process, we were able to get the number below 25,000, which is a nearly 20% decrease from the initial draft that HCD shared with us. In the fifth cycle of RHNA, the city of Santa Barbara was allocated 37% of the region's total. In this cycle, it's proposed to be 32%. In this cycle, the region's number, the determination coming to the entire region, was 125, or it increased by 125% over the last cycle. However, the city of Santa Barbara's number increased at a slightly lower but still significant rate of 95%. One other point, our RHNA process was not to pick winners and losers. Working with the local agencies, we developed a methodology that seeks to address the objectives. Housing Community Development found that our methodology does achieve those or further those objectives, and the allocations are simply a result of applying the methodology. And finally, when we began this process, we stated that the goal was to make everyone equally unhappy. The burden is shared region-wide. Next slide, please. So right now we are in our appeals process. Jurisdictions can appeal their own or another jurisdiction's allocation. And that process goes through early May. And if we receive any appeals, the SBCAG board will conduct a hearing to hear those appeals. Following that, we will conclude our process, the SBCAG process, with the adoption of the final RHNA plan in August. And that begins the clock for each of the local agencies to update their housing elements. If we do not receive any appeals, we can potentially accelerate the process and seek adoption in July. Next slide, please. And that's all I have. I appreciate the opportunity to engage with you today, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. And thanks for waiting while we started our meeting and finished those items. Are there questions for Mr. Becker, the planning director at SBCAG? Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Becker. I guess I just big picture. I'm trying to understand how Santa Barbara's number is 8,000 and we're built out, but Santa Maria or someplace that isn't built out has like almost half of that. And I guess conceptually, it's something I've never really understood, like where we're most constricted is where we're putting sort of an astronomically higher expectation. So just like conceptually, I understand there's a methodology and there's a formula, but I don't really understand how that formula results in something that to me just seems so unrealistic.
Yes, a good question, Councilmember Sneddon. As you mentioned, we followed a methodology, which is just a formula that allocates. And I think it comes down to really, by law, we have to advance these state objectives, being the one that's most important to SBCAG's other work is jobs housing balance. And the South Coast has a lot of jobs. The South Coast has 60% of the region's jobs, and it doesn't have the housing to match that. The RHNA process doesn't consider existing zoning or constraints. It doesn't consider water constraints unless they are imposed by the state or federal government. So essentially, we went through it not looking at any existing restrictions that are local or in existing zoning ordinances, and developing a methodology that furthers those objectives, and this is the result. And I think would potentially hurt the city of Santa Barbara when allocating for the sub-regional number is just the level of overcrowding and cost burden that the city has. And because the second step of that methodology was focused purely on the overcrowding and cost burden, and within the city of Santa Barbara, there's high numbers of both of those.
So thank you. And then also conceptually, is there anything in the formula that takes into the account the available amount of land for development? I mean, I just, again, conceptually, like we're overcrowded because there isn't as much room to develop. Is that part of the formula, the actual space that is developable?
And Councilmember Sneddon, we're only allowed, through this process, we're only allowed to consider restrictions that are applied by a state or federal government. So it's not considered.
Okay, and so it's not considered, I'm just really trying to understand. So the amount of available land isn't considered. And then what about resources or infrastructure? Is that part of the calculation of the numbers?
Very similar. Again, the state's housing law, it limits, we are only allowed to consider those if they're imposed by the state or federal government. That, for instance, water is an issue. And I think outside of the Santa Barbara County region, there are some areas that have restrictions imposed by the state. So then it would be considered, but for us, it was not considered.
So then for the state, I guess I'll ask about the state, because I understand you're just applying what the state formulas are. So I just want to confirm, so the state isn't taking into account the actual available land or infrastructure resources or high fire risk or any of those types of natural disaster risks?
Councilmember Sneddon, I think to an extent, we do survey at the beginning to get these items out in the open. However, I think there's constraints in just about every jurisdiction one way or another. And I think where the city of Santa Maria that you mentioned, while there is available land in the city of Santa Maria, any significant expansion, assuming they were to keep the same densities, would be taking prime agricultural land. So, you know, we have a mountain in an ocean that constrains the south coast of Santa Barbara County. The North County, a lot of the jurisdictions have prime ag land that constrain them as well.
So there is a consideration in the formula for the type of land. Like, I know Carpinteria has more ag land. The city of Santa Barbara doesn't have ag land, but Santa Maria does. So the types of land is taken to a consideration?
In our methodology, it does not, because we're not allowed to consider existing zoning. So, for instance, if a piece of land is zoned for agriculture, we don't say that that's 100% static. However, with the objectives, you know, we want to focus development in already developed areas.
And
we don't want
is that SB-CAG? When you say we want to focus development, I'm just trying to, I mean, the numbers seem to me like so, I mean, double the number in a much smaller area that's geographically constrained. I don't understand it. And I'm like genuinely trying to get the concept of why places that seem like they have more space have half the, and it's the jobs imbalance. Is that the?
Yeah, so for our jobs, the jobs imbalance, that was addressed purely in the first step. So then we separated the South Coast, and so you got the 3 cities and unincorporated South County, and that resulted in 60% of the region's total number being allocated to the South Coast. And then beyond that, We use a methodology that equally considers overcrowding and cost burden to allocate within that subregion. So that's where, with the city of Santa Barbara having high numbers of cost burden residents and overcrowded housing units, that resulted in a higher number.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, is this a time when I could ask, is staff doing a separate presentation, or is this when?
This would be the time to ask Mr. Gullett questions. Sure.
Okay, thank you. I just, Mr. Gullett, I was happy to see, and I just want to confirm in the staff report that it looks like we wouldn't have to increase any of our zoning. I mean, it looks like we've anticipated this higher number, and we've already accommodated with our filling in the donut hole and our tweaks and updates to the incentives in the AUD and ADUs, which the state imposed also. So if you could confirm that we don't need any significant increase in zoning from what I read in the staff report. Yeah.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Council Members Sneddon, I can confirm that, and I do have a presentation that covers that some as well.
So is that coming? Okay. I'll have questions about that at that point too. And then I just want to understand one more thing. So if we did want to appeal, that we would have until, I tried to count 30 days from March 18th, but then May sounded like a different
It's May 3rd.
time. It's May 3rd. Okay. Okay, thank you. So then, Madam Mayor, should I wait until after Mr. Gullett's presentation, or?
This presentation might answer some of your questions now. So.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Becker on the RENA process? Okay, and I see Mr. Gullett. I see your PowerPoint here. Well, let me ask a question, Mr. Becker. So to me, it seemed like the overcrowding and cost burden would cancel each other out because people live crowded, you know, they double up, triple up to bring the cost down. But I guess that didn't work out in terms of the calculations. See what
Yes,
I mean?
Mayor Maria. So cost burden and overcrowding are points collected by the U.S. Census Bureau and the American Community Survey. So that's where those figures come from. I know that we struggled with this at the beginning because really a low vacancy rate, the result of a low vacancy rate is overcrowding and cost burden. However, essentially our hands are tied. In 2018, the state passed the Senate Bill 828, and so that's a given. We have to work with that as we go forward.
I know, it just seems like we're being punished because people want to live here. That's why they overcrowd. So I get it. It's not an easy process, but well, let me thank you. And if you're going to stay, because there might be other questions after Mr. Gullett makes his presentation, and even public comment sometimes spurs questions from us. So thank you, Mr. Becker, for helping us today.
I'm happy to be here, and I will stick around through until this item's over.
Thank you so much. Mr. Gullett, your presentation?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Becker. And I do appreciate the question. We as staff asked many of the same questions as we worked our way through this process. So I'd like to give the local context for the city of Santa Barbara, starting with the need to plan housing. Next slide. State housing element law requires us to update the housing element every 8 years to meet the community's projected housing needs, specifically providing opportunities for the private market to construct housing and address housing needs for all income levels and housing for those with disabilities. Next slide. What does this mean for the city of Santa Barbara? We'll need to update our housing element, as Mr. Becker said, by February 2023 using these new RENA numbers. The update will review constraints that hinder housing production and ensure we provide for housing consistent with the community's vision and priorities. We will also need to identify specific programs to meet our goals. Next slide. Before I get into the current housing element cycle and the next, I want to show what we've been allocated historically. Next slide. This chart shows all of the city's allocations which span the past 40 years. The number on the top of each bar is the city's allocation for that period. The percentage on the bottom is the city's share of the county's total. On the far right is the pending cycle 6 allocation, which as mentioned is significantly higher than the others due to the new factors added. Note that the percentage over the past 20 years hasn't changed much. So we're getting more or less the same share of the pie. The pie is just a lot bigger. Next slide. We're currently in cycle 5, which extends to 2023. Next slide. The housing approach in cycle 5 was guided by the general plan vision to allow as much housing as possible within resource limits to provide an array of lifestyle options for a demographically and economically diverse population. Next slide. From that vision came the Average Unit Size Density Incentive Program, or AUD program, which made substantial changes to the zoning ordinance, almost tripling densities in some areas based on average unit size. The program also reduced parking setbacks and open space standards. The AUD program started in 2013. Next slide. This is a table from our reporting to the State Department of Housing and Community Development showing housing production in cycle 5. These numbers are actually those units that received building permits during each of the years. Again, the cycle 5 allocation was 4,100 units total. So to annualize that, 513 units per year would be needed to produce that housing. The rate of production has been 221 units per year, about half of that. So the total produced thus far is 1,328 units with 2 years left in the cycle. 596 of these units were AUD units. Much of the activity for the past 3 years were accessory dwelling units. So if you look at year 2020, of the 131 units, 89 of those were accessory dwelling units. Next slide. Cycle 6 will cover the following 8 years to 2031. Next slide. As Mr. Becker mentioned, the pending allocation is 8,001 total units broken out into these income levels. Next slide. Part of our task will be to provide for adequate zoning capacity. In cycle 5, we were required to provide capacity for 4,100 units. The 2015 housing element provided for 6,741 units. The AUD trial was set to end before the end of cycle 5. So the estimates on that were very conservative. And an example is those areas zoned for 63 units an acre, the priority housing overlay, were projected to be able to build at 30 units per acre. Since the housing element was approved, the city has provided significant additional zoning capacity by upzoning downtown, filling the donut hole, and adopting ordinances to facilitate the construction of accessory dwelling units. We expect that we have sufficient capacity now to provide for the 6 cycle units. Next slide. The SBCAG distribution was adopted March 18th, following months of discussion and review by directors, managers, and staff. The distribution is in this 45-day appeal period. I counted to March 2nd as the end of it, but it sounds like it may be March 3rd. There are 3 grounds for appeal. The distribution would have to have failed to adequately consider statistics, failed to use state methodology, or there's a significant and unforeseen change. The deciding body on the appeal would be the SBCAG board, and it's important to note that any reduction of RHNA from the city would need to be absorbed by other members because the county's pie would need to remain whole. So our units would have to go somewhere else. Next slide. Well, we may not need to provide additional capacity to meet RENA, our policies call for housing production. Our main ways of providing for more housing are through regulations and decision-making as government. We began a shift toward regulating building sizes to provide the potential for substantial additional units that are sensitive to context. We received a grant to produce objective design standards that would clarify and speed up the design review process. The request for proposal just went out for that this week. And we will be looking for additional streamlining with a housing element update and ways to encourage more accessory dwelling units. Next slide. For next steps, we received another grant to fund work on the housing element update. So we will begin working on the housing element in earnest next year with consultant help. We will be seeking input and feedback from the public during that process and have thorough reviews with the Planning Commission and City Council. So again, the housing element update will need to be adopted by February 2023. And that concludes my presentation, and Mr. Becker and I are available for questions.
Okay, questions at this point? Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Mr. Gullett. You answered a question earlier and indicated that with our current regulations, we have adequate zoning capacity to certainly meet the numbers we're into 2023 and potentially for the next 8-year period. So I look around me and I don't see any empty lots or land much. So where is that? How is that capacity met?
There's a method provided by the Department of Housing and Community Development. There's a certain way we need to do it to look at suitable sites. It's parcel by parcel, so we're looking at.
I don't think I'm explaining this well. So a parcel across the street has one story on it, but it's a parcel. How is that capacity met on parcels that are already built out lot line to lot line, 1 or 2 or whatever stories? Where are we seeing that capacity potential? It's not at the ground level, is it?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I mean, this is infill development. The city is built out. So we need to demolish to build more for the most part. And much of this is an academic exercise to show that we have the capacity. We have our own like intrinsic want to build housing, and we want to see it produced. We're not required to produce housing. We're required to provide zoning that meets the state's requirement to do that. So that's that exercise, and that's what the 8,001 units means.
Yep, it's a tension between policy and requirement. But I guess I'll just lead you here. But if you're talking about infill demolition and rebuild, you're not talking about rebuilding what was there before. The answer to the academic exercise is the zoning potential lies going up. Is that correct?
Certainly, yeah.
I mean, if I look around, I don't see very much stuff built at 45 or 48 feet in the downtown. So we're meeting the academic part of that exercise by the air that we have that's unoccupied above current parcels. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, and I would separate that from the city's desire to get housing, like our requirement to meet what the state law has us to versus and evidence by that is City Council supporting doing an economic analysis and seeing that construction is actually feasible. Because that's not a requirement of us either.
Yep. And then on your sheet that showed pretty much all of the above moderate were ADUs over the course of this last year or last couple of years. Do you actually get really good return on surveys on that? to put them into that above moderate category, or are you just extrapolating based on what you get back and making assumptions?
Our understanding from the state is we would have to do that by default. There are a number of ways of categorizing them. We have monitored rents and seen that most of them are above moderate. Hearing from the city of Goleta on building permit applications, they're having applicants state what they would be renting the units for, and that is acceptable to HCD. So we're looking at doing that at least in the interim, so we have a better understanding.
So at this point, up to this point, we're really just kind of guessing that they've been above moderate without really knowing that they are actually above moderate.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Ms. Sneddon, questions, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And now that the presentation has happened, so I just want to follow up on the question Councilmember Jordan was asking there too. And it seemed to be, and maybe he could clarify later, that it seemed to be saying that the only way to get there is up. But it sounded to me like you said that AUD tripled our densities in some places, and then the ADU has the potential to double our densities if each property can have an ADU. And with recent state, couldn't in some places they put 2 ADUs on a property, which is also the potential of tripling. So that just caught my attention, that it doesn't seem to me that the only way to get there is up.
Yeah, I'll apologize and correct myself for that. I was envisioning ground floor residential, like to add additional residential, you have to go above that. But it is true, in many areas you can do an accessory dwelling unit and a junior accessory dwelling unit, tripling density in those areas. And there are opportunities for conversion of commercial to residential too.
Thank you, Mr. Gull. No need to apologize. I think we're all just trying to understand, and the numbers are so big and it's hard to imagine how we would ever even get there. But it does seem to me, and that's what I want to confirm, that what we've already done, seeing this coming, we've already made huge adjustments with AUD, ADU, and these densities that in the staff report, that if we did nothing more, you're anticipating that we would be able to meet the requirements from the state in this future cycle. I think that's the part I really want to focus on. Okay, thank you so much.
I had a question related to the downtown. We know it's very expensive property, Mr. Gullett. So was it a conservative estimate about we added the AUD overlay there. So how would you address that concern, like that? Well, I know we're doing the economic feasibility study, so that's part of it. Thanks.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think the economic feasibility study will be very telling of what's possible where, as you recall, when we adopted the average unit size density incentive program, we didn't have economic information. So it was later identified that some projects wouldn't be feasible at all, like in the donut hole. But we do want that information ahead and to really understand what the best rules are for the city to put in place to get the housing that we need.
Right. Well, I've heard people say, put the density downtown and don't put it in the neighborhoods. But that doesn't make sense. Because the downtown is very expensive land. But I am glad that the accessory dwelling units seem to be a solution, not just to this requirement for zoning, but also our actual desire to provide housing to people. I had another question. About we used to call it Measure E. I think we call it something different now, where we restrict expanding commercial floor space. Can you explain that to the new council members, that we're trying not to add more jobs? Or low-paying jobs, I guess.
Yes, just quickly. Yeah, Measure E was, I believe, passed in 1989 as a restriction of non-residential growth. And back then, and even well before then, there was identified a jobs housing imbalance that was problematic for the community. So we do severely restrict the size of commercial projects that come in on a lot by lot and area basis, and that does keep down job growth.
Okay. And then I guess my final question to Mr. Becker about the appeal process, the requirements, you had them on there. Are you expecting some cities to file an appeal? Does that happen every cycle, Mr. Becker?
Madam Mayor, I look back and I did not see, at least in the last 2 cycles, I did not see that there was an appeal. I really, I wish I knew if we were getting appeal. This cycle, I don't know if we will or not. I think it's going to be on the Carpinteria City Council agenda for April 26th, and they'll decide then. But to this point, we haven't received any appeals, and we haven't been told that we would be receiving it.
Okay. Well, if there's no other questions for Mr. Gullett or Mr. Becker, we'll see if there's a public comment. Okay, so let's go to public comment. I'll call my council members back onto the screen. Ms. Gorman, are folks raising their hands in the GoToWebinar audience?
Madam Mayor, we actually do not have any raised hands in for public comment on this item at this point.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Mr. Jordan, you're on the screen. Oh, I was going to give you the floor if you wanted to start with some deliberative comments. I can start that, you know, at the SBCAG meetings, the City of Carpinteria representative did register some concerns. I think the City of Santa Maria too, Mayor Patino registered concern about the state piling on local governments. These requirements was her focus, and Carpinteria was more that their town really couldn't, you know, absorb any more housing capacity, even though they're asking us to zone for it. But we've been given the information, folks, that this is how it's trickling down to us. I guess that's the way to say it. And I've registered my concern about the overcrowding and cost burden factors increasing our numbers. So I would ask Ms. Sneddon to come on, and this is what we're looking at. But we're really happy to hear what you have to say, Ms. Sneddon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, I mean, there's not much action to take. I just want to make my comment here. I guess from my perspective, we've seen this coming for at least the last 4 years. I know in the last election cycle, this was what we talked a lot about, that the state was bearing down on us and making requirements that we wouldn't be able to meet. And I think we've already made tremendous moves to try and accommodate these numbers in anticipating what the numbers would be, and they're even higher than we anticipated. So I just want to highlight, you know, we've filled in the donut hole. We've increased our incentives for AUDs, and that's a big number to say tripling the densities, and then with ADUs doubling the densities. We already talked about that, but I would maybe want to talk about in our legislative platform that, you know, we're being pushed to put this type of housing in high fire areas, in areas that have infrastructure issues with not just water availability, but with sewage and water mains, and it's not just a unlimited resource to be able to just build up and out in all of these locations. I think we've put in a lot of incentives for the AUD, and I think we're looking at how to make it affordable and how to meet those numbers of our RHNA numbers. So just moving forward, I mean, frankly, I would like to appeal the number, but I'm not sure that there would be a will for that. It seems disproportionate to me. It seems a much higher number for an area with much less space. So that's my perspective there. And, you know, I'll just say this now as part of commentary that I don't see why we're even looking at FARs, actually. Like if we were already, and we don't need to discuss that, but I'm just going to put that out now, that this influences my view of what it is we need to be doing and why. And I think that's why at the last meeting that we had, I was asking about the RHNA numbers and would those be part of a presentation, because I'm gratified to see that we've anticipated these numbers coming and we've already sort of created the possibilities for that to happen. And now we need to manage what the costs are and the feasibilities of those. But those would be my comments on those. I think I'm really pleased that we saw this early on and have been anticipating and making these measures ahead of time. So I don't think that we should perceive this as, oh, now we have to all of a sudden do a whole bunch of things to meet this need. We've been anticipating it and making those adjustments with the AUD and ADUs as we go. Those would be my comments.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much to Mr. Gullett and Mr. Becker for that presentation. I really appreciated in particular the detail about how this formula works in practice. That was extremely helpful for me. Just a few comments I want to make. I mean, this is an eye-popping number. It is. I think we all would agree with that. But I do want to make clear that it's not an arbitrary number. It's not a number that's pulled out of nowhere, and nor is it, as I understand it, a number that's predictive of future demand. This number is really reflective of where we are now. It's based on the need as it exists today as well. So, there's so much conversation sort of in the ether about this question of how big can or should Santa Barbara get. And in a lot of ways, I look at this information, and to me, that conversation about population size becomes just a total red herring, because these numbers show that people are already here now. And here today, we're already dealing with unsafe overcrowding issues. Well, we're already dealing with significant cost burden issues. And I think it's extremely important for us to recognize that and have an understanding of it. Bottom line for me, I believe that it's our responsibility to do what we can to facilitate the production of housing for our residents who live here and work here. It's environmentally the right thing to do for us to reduce greenhouse gases, to get folks to live closer to where they work. And again, to make another reference to the overcrowding, it's unsafe. And I would just encourage us to remember this number is a tool. It's a tool, nothing more, nothing less. And to me, it's a very important tool. And I agree with Councilmember Snedden. I appreciate that we have we've seen this coming, and that we've been working to set policy that's reflective of that need. And it's my hope that we continue in that vein. So that's all I'll say on this. And again, just closing with thanks for this presentation and the work that's gone into having these very difficult conversations. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mike Jordan and then Eric Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a little different perspective, although I agree both with Councilmember Snedden and Councilmember Harmon, particularly the part where it's just a tool. But we're not in this situation because we have planned well and we're doing what needs to be done. In particular, the multipliers that were used there are burdening us more than our neighbors for our lack of affordable housing, and our overcrowding. Other surrounding communities have done better than us at that in that methodology, and that's why they're not being given the burden of evening the field. We are still playing catch up to even the field to get our housing costs down, our cost of housing down, and to ease the unsafe overcrowding. And until we make strides with that, I don't think it's accurate to say we've been planning for that and we have current policies that will address that. This is certainly not the time to do nothing. I'll parrot my favorite Governor Jerry Brown 1.0 quote, and that is, if you do nothing, you do something. And that's certainly true. That there are still strides to make while not looking at that $8,000 number, but there are other metrics that process is telling us that we need to improve upon. And now is not the time just to sit back and say, what we have done has improved that, because obviously based on the reports today, and you don't even need a report. You just need to go out there and anecdotally talk to people to find out we still have improvements to make. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just thank for the comments from my colleagues. I just want to add that it is a big number. I think we all get that when you look at the actual number of units that we have in the city, which was somewhere around 35,000 or whatever it is, and you're talking 8,000 units. It's an even bigger number. We do have our challenges, but I also think we also need to remember, as we're planning to build and we actually build units, that there are other considerations environmentally that we need to take into consideration, such as our limited capacity for trash, for what happens 10, 20 years down the line, because we will eventually have to truck our trash somewhere else unless we can find a landfill. We have water challenges. So I think we do need to consider those as we plan for this. And at some point, there's a carrying capacity of how many units you're able to build. And so I think that needs to get into discussion for, I guess, the cycle of 8 years from now on all these limited restrictions we have. But at the same time, we have this growing need now that's here. So whatever the balance is, we're going to be moving forward with these policies to do that. I think we made some strides with the AUD, and we were able to build the first units in years. I think that's also part of the problem, is we didn't build units for so many years that we started building them. So if we'd done a little bit of incrementally for 40 years, we'd be in a much better place. And we actually have units that are more affordable because all the new units that are being built are brand new. So going forward, this is the number. We'll plan for our zoning, and then we'll have a more thorough discussion on how we're going to implement it, but also have that balance of water, of solid waste, and also the character of Santa Barbara and how we want to keep it. So this is just a tool to get us there. It's a metric that the state's going to have us meet. And the more we can work within that, the more hands-off they'll be in their approaches, because as we've seen, they're really coming down on actually building them. So look forward to the discussions on how we're going to balance all these interests.
Well, I heard you talk about drought, Mr. Friedman. I read an article a couple of days ago that we might be entering a new phase of severe drought. So certainly the carrying capacity of our city is a concern. But serving at the SB-CAG level, I can tell you that every other city and the county unincorporated areas, we're all looking at the same challenge. And I think that's true for all of Central California, all of California. So we're all in the same boat, to use a cliche. But if there's no other discussion, I think we will thank our presenters. We don't need a motion, Mr. Casey, or any other direction to our planning staff. Very good. Okay. It's good to see you. Thank you. We'll close this item with thanks to everyone. Mr. Becker, thank you very much. And I don't think we need a break. Let's keep powering on to item number 18. A subject we love talking about, our libraries. Ms. Gorman, go ahead and read the item, please.
Item 18, library excuse me, Library Plaza naming opportunities and capital campaign update.
Ms. Caliente, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you so much. I believe I am taking control from Ms. Gorman. She could make me a panelist so I can share my screen.
Very good.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I am Jessica Cadiente, Library Director for the City of Santa Barbara. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to talk with you about the Library Plaza Capital Campaign. I'll just be giving you a brief update as well as going over the naming opportunities for your review and hopeful approval. I have several people here with me this afternoon to answer all of your questions as well. Bradley Klinzinger, City Project Engineer, Principal Architect from Arcadia, Kaylee Grubb, Campaign Co-Chairs Jim Jackson and Janet Garufas are with us today. Library Foundation Director Lauren Trujillo, as well as Ann Howard, our Library Foundation Board President, and Steve Wilmot, our consultant from Netzel, Grigsby and Associates, are all on the call for when the presentation is complete if you should have further questions. Just a quick overview of our agenda. I will go through a review quickly of what we hope to achieve with the Library Plaza project, a quick status update of the campaign, and then we'll jump into the naming opportunities for review and approval. I do want to point out before I leave this slide, these beautiful renderings on the left of the screen. We have Lower Plaza on the bottom, and then this rendering of watching a movie on the museum's wall is on the upper left. So the Library Plaza renovation objectives, first one being library as the educational and cultural hub for the city of Santa Barbara. The plaza has over 10,000 square feet of programmable space. It will accommodate over 1,200 people at any event. And as the library sees over 600,000 people annually through its doors, this plaza is going to help ensure that we truly can maximize our overlap between the internal and external programming at the library. And we partner with over 60 different organizations annually. And so this space is going to offer all of them and us the opportunity to host more free programming for our community in a safe and accessible space. And then urban green space. We also wanted to make sure that we reduce our natural resource footprint with this project by ensuring good stewardship of all of the natural environment around the library. So to that end, all of the project throughout the entire design is all drought tolerant with permeable pavers and vegetation that's also drought tolerant. Safety and accessibility, these two items are at the heart of this design. We have increased lighting and improved sightlines throughout the project, but probably the most important piece to this is the accessibility. Currently, due to the grades and planters, this space is not usable, but the design that we're moving forward with is completely accessible. The entire space of the exterior property of Library Plaza will be ADA accessible. And then finally, anchoring the Historic Arts District. Currently, there is no location that unifies this space and truly makes the cultural campus that we can shoot for in the city of Santa Barbara. Imagine you have the Central Library with the beautiful renovated downtown plaza, really anchoring the museum, the Libero, the courthouse, the Granada, the new Vic just down the way, the Arlington, the Bowl up the street. So truly having a space for music festivals, city festivals, dancing, film screenings, drama performances, just really creating the space in downtown to bring this cultural arts district together. Now, what have we been doing over the last few years? In 2018, City Council gave me direction to work with the Library Foundation to form a public-private partnership. And that's what we did to start working on finalizing the design of Library Plaza. It took about 2 years for us to meet all of the El Pueblo Viejo District guidelines for the Historic Landmarks Commission, but we do have that final project design approval. And we needed that approval in order to finalize those renderings and to finalize campaign materials to bring this presentation to you all this afternoon. But during that time, we were busy working on the campaign in parallel, forming a campaign cabinet, campaign honorary committee, campaign communication and cultivation committee, and also all of the different campaign materials that are included in your packet, including the case statement, gift ladder, visual renderings, naming opportunity descriptions. And then we've been conducting virtual tours. The Library Foundation Director, Lauren Trujillo, and I have spent a lot of time together meeting with donors and other people, just educating them about this space and about the campaign. Our next steps will be to launch our 2 remaining committees, which is the Major Gifts Committee and then the Community Gifts Committee, and then take the donor recognitions that are approved today to the City of Santa Barbara Signs Review and then on to HLC. So the campaign organizational chart, a lot of names on this chart. I'm not going to read all of them for you here, but I do want to spend a little bit of time just recognizing this group of people. This is the most outstanding group of volunteers that I've truly ever had the honor of working with. They have given their time, talent, and money, as this campaign and the cabinet are all giving towards Library Plaza as well in every single way possible. Janet Grufus and Jim Jackson as our campaign co-chairs, they are leading us as they did in the Children's Library, and their leadership has just been instrumental in getting us to where we are today. And then I do want to also, Ann Howard, our president of the foundation, she has been so passionate and stalwart in her dedication to getting this done. She keeps us moving and keeps us moving quickly. And then finally, the Communications and Cultivation Committee, I do need to just acknowledge Anna Aldridge, Laura Capps, Eric Davis, Hannah Beth Jackson, Gwen Lurie Firestein, and Kendall Pata. They helped us create our key themes, our messaging, and our logo. And I just want to thank everyone listed here for your time and energy and really your commitment to the City of Santa Barbara and making it a better place for all of us. And all of that work has really paid off. This is our current campaign status. I'll just take you through the top of the chart here. $5 million is our campaign goal. Our reported gifts are just over 3.3 million, and we have an anticipated gift of 377,500 with a total projection of just over $3.7 million. So we are not even public. We have not even taken our campaign to the public phase yet, and we are already at 74% of our campaign goal. And of course, this does include the very generous gift of the City of Santa Barbara of the 1.615 total that was given by the city as well. So we're on a very good trajectory to accomplish all that we set out to do in this campaign. And then these are the naming opportunities that we have come up with working with our consultants, Netzel Grigsby. And of course, this is an excellent way to perpetuate the name of an individual, a family, a foundation, or a group, is to name an area of the Library Plaza through the Library Plaza campaign. Now, the naming opportunities being presented today to you all are designed to offer donors options. We expect to achieve our fundraising goal without assigning all of these opportunities, but it is important that we have something that will speak to everyone. And I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. I will just go right into where the naming locations are at, and we can talk about them individually there. Just to orientate us to how I will be going through the naming opportunities, we'll be using a landscape map that's on the left side of your screen here, and that will tell us where the location is, and then there'll be a rendering showing as well. And then these sign renderings are illustrations or examples of what the different engravings will look like. With that, I will get started. So again, this is Anna Pamu Street along here, Anna Kappa on the right side, Library Avenue, and then the museum would be on the left. The white space is the library building itself, just to orientate you to where we are at. Michael Tove's Library Plaza is the top naming opportunity. The top naming opportunity was set at a $2 million goal. It is in 2 places, right here on the planter, and then in a small monument going into the Paseo. And then you can see those here in the renderings. I can zoom in for you so you can see that a little bit closer. Now, when I was directed by City Council to work with our private citizens to raise money for the city project, that is just what I did. And we went to the community and they spoke to wanting to honor Michael Tobes in this space that serves as the hub for the Historic Arts and Culture District that he was such a benefactor to. And this group of people came forward and began raising money to name the entire library plaza after Michael Tobes. And truly, we would not be where we are at or have the success that we are having with this campaign without this naming opportunity and without the support of wanting to name it after Michael Tobes. And I need to emphasize that while this group wants to honor Michael Tobes in this space, it is not just because of the location of the space being in downtown. This group understands and supports the mission of the library. They know that the inclusiveness and diversity found in the library and in our programming will serve all of Santa Barbara. And that honoring Michael here speaks to his endless philanthropy and passion for this city that we all love. So yes, it is about honoring Michael, but it's also about doing it for the people. And this $2 million campaign is truly a grassroots campaign for the people looking to honor Michael Tobes. And there are several people here today that will be making public comments to that and can speak very eloquently to all that Michael Tobes has done for the city of Santa Barbara and his contributions. And I will say that the Tobes family did make one of the largest contributions to the Children's Library as well. Moving on to the next opportunity, this would be our $1 million Community Arts Square opportunity, which is actually here in Lower Plaza. You can see here in the rendering as well. And then it would be sandstone around permeable pavers. The Storytime Square and Historic Doors entrance, those are located here. Again, this is Anna Pamu. We have enlarged this is kind of a third plaza, if you will, up here by the old historic entrance. So Storytime Square is one opportunity, which is actually reserved at the $500,000 mark currently. And then the Historic Doors entrance, which would be up here as well. And you can see the red outline in the rendering here. And then again in sandstone. And then the Woodward Grove, this is similar to the Tobes opportunity. It was originally a historic Oaks Grove opportunity, and then the Woodward family wanted to honor their child here in the Woodward Grove. They also have a beautiful space in the Children's Library honoring their child as well. And so as you can see here in the renderings where the location would be, and then this would actually be in the curbing. The Myron Hunt Mosaic. So as you are most likely familiar, our Faulkner Gallery is Santa Barbara's first art museum within the city. And Myron Hunt is a very famous architect that designed that. He also designed the plaza. In the 1930s, there were these lovely reflecting pools that stand out from the Faulkner Gallery. Due to those drought conditions that we were just discussing, we no longer will have those types of reflecting pools. So we did want to pay homage to that. So we do have these lovely mosaics, and that created an opportunity for a naming opportunity as well. And so you can see that it's located right here, and then in the rendering, and then again, it would be honed in sandstone. And then the Eucalyptus Grove. Back in 2012, our eucalyptus were marked as historic landmarks for the city of Santa Barbara. So we thought that it could speak to a donor as well to want to have this opportunity, and that would be in a sandstone curbing as well. And then the library entrance promenade, located here, again, Anna Pamu, going into the main entryway. And you can see how much beautiful they are, the expanse of this space going into the main entrance of Library Plaza. So this is a $200,000 opportunity. And again, sandstone. Memorial olive trees. So we have 4 seedless olive trees that will be going into Library Plaza. They're in the corners of the main plaza area here. And you can see them here in these renderings, and then again down here. And just an example here, very similar to the different tree markers that you see around town. And then the four corners. These four opportunities really speak to the different programming and opportunities at the library: author corner, poet laureate corner, conversation corner, and our book club corner. So those would be located further out into the main plaza. And again, with the rendering, you can see the red outlines where those would be, and again, in the curving. And then the Graduates Garden and Empowerment entrance. So as you all are aware, you can get your high school diploma here at the library and then go on to the Promise program at SBCC. So in honor of that, we thought a Graduates Garden would be a good opportunity. And then the Empowerment entrance here on Lower Plaza. So looking at the renderings, the Graduates Garden would be here along this planter, and then the Empowerment entrance is actually the entrance into the ADA ramp, really symbolizing the access to all that the library provides the community. And then Unity Steps and Donor Wall. So the Unity Steps, that's here right on the top of the steps leading into the Paseo. And if you can really imagine this Paseo coming from the Granada, then the museum, the courthouse, La Arcada, and really unifying this space for all of us here on these Unity Steps. And then the Donor Wall. This is a space where people will be honored for their gifts. Up to any gift over $10,000 will have a naming opportunity on the Donor Wall as well. This will be the space where we acknowledge all those who gave in honor of Michael Tobes and different things such as that. And then these are not naming opportunities, but I did want to make council aware. We are looking at doing some sort of library quotes or literary quotes along the entryway going into the main library. And then we are working on a plan for community, smaller size donations that library users could participate in. And we're hoping that that can go here in the Paseo and be some permeable pavers that are etched as well. That concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer questions. And I'll take guidance from the clerk as whether to give up control of the PowerPoint.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful, uplifting presentation. Mr. Friedman, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Director Caliente. I'll have some comments for later, but just thank you for all that you're doing and this great presentation. But just what is the timeline for going to construction, and then the timeline for the ribbon cutting? Because that's where we all want to be, is the ribbon cutting.
Our goal is to raise this money in 2021. With your approval today, we can move forward with doing that. We're confident that we can achieve our fundraising goal this year, and then construction can go. We have one final thing we're working on building and safety with to get the construction ready permit documents, but we're almost there. So 2022, this plaza will be hopefully in construction.
Great, thank you. That's all I have. Only question I have. Comments to be later.
Any other questions at this point? We're really interested in the public comment speakers, Ms. Caliente.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and go to public comment because I don't see anyone else popping on. Ms. Gorman, are folks raising their hands there?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have a couple of people. Let's get the list. We have Janet Garafulis, Jim Jackson, Ann Howard, and Lauren Trujillo.
She says it Garufas?
I'm sure I did it wrong. I apologize. And Janet, please go ahead.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's lovely to be here this evening. I'm coming to you from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm visiting my family. I'm all COVID vaccinated, so I'm happy to be here. But I wanted to come to enthusiastically endorse the proposed naming of the new Library Plaza to honor Michael Tobes. As you know, I'm the chair and CEO of Montecito Bank and Trust, which has become the largest oldest locally owned and managed community bank serving the Central Coast. And in that position, it was my privilege to work with Mike, to come to know him as a visionary community leader, a friend, and a mentor. But most importantly, to understand his commitment to the community he called home and loved for more than 50 years. That commitment inspired both his philanthropy and community building. His philanthropic spirit lives on through his legacy of giving at Montecito Bank and Trust, but it is his legacy as a community builder and leader that we now have the opportunity to recognize and honor. His passion was building, and from that came his commitment to providing affordable and decent housing. Mike built thousands of those units, and through the bank financed many more, developing partnerships with many housing authorities, as well as funding WISH, CCRC, and other housing grant and development programs to help make the dream of home ownership a reality. Because of Mike's vision, Montecito Bank and Trust has become an important source of capital for thousands of small businesses and nonprofit organizations in the county. Those businesses and nonprofits are the lifeblood of our community. His vision guided our bank to become the largest PPP lender in the county, providing critically needed funds to businesses and nonprofits impacted by the pandemic, saving thousands of local jobs. And I can think of no better way to honor a man who worked tirelessly on so many levels to do his part to help build and sustain the many businesses and institutions that make Santa Barbara the extraordinary community we all call home. He was especially proud of two of his last great projects, the redevelopment of the Granada Theater, a Santa Barbara treasure, and the Cottage Hospital renovation, one of our community's center of excellence in the provision of critical care. Believing that the arts should be accessible for everyone, he supported every project in the Downtown Arts District, as well as the Moxie Museum of Natural History and the Historic Museum. Believing that Santa Barbara residents deserved a world-class healthcare system, he co-chaired the campaign that made that dream a reality. Mike was also a supporter of preserving historic properties like the renovation of the Victoria Theater, home to the Ensemble Theater Company, the courthouse and its fountain, through the Courthouse Legacy Society, as well as our very own downtown branch of Montecito Bank and Trust, designated as an historic property. Mike's philanthropy was Santa Barbara centric, as he believed deeply he had a responsibility to give back to the community that provided him so much success in business, and in doing so, to support all of the community. And that is at the heart of why nearly 75% of the bank's corporate giving goes to organizations that provide needed services and resources to our community's most vulnerable populations. Now with this opportunity, the naming of the plaza seems particularly fitting. The library welcomes everyone in our community and provides resources for all. This is our opportunity to recognize him and his legacy of community building for all of the citizens of the city of Santa Barbara. I urge you to vote in favor of this naming of the Library Plaza for Michael Tobes, to honor him as the many donors who are supporting this public-private effort wish to do so. Respectfully yours. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Garufis. Enjoy your visit.
I will. Thank you, Kathy.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jim Jackson. Jim Jackson, please go ahead. Jim Jackson, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I am Jim Jackson. I'm a member of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation and also the co-chair along with Janet of the Capital Campaign. And I'd like to add my support to Janet's for the naming opportunity for Mike Tobes, but also for the Library Plaza project in total. I wanted to put sort of the part of Jessica's presentation in some context, and that is the discussion of naming opportunities, which for some of you is probably not as familiar as for those of us who work in philanthropy. On the surface, you may wonder why we need naming opportunities at all. I mean, why shouldn't just people give money to projects and have their names on things? But in the world of philanthropy, there's a lot of reasons for that, and they are critically important. First, there are just some people who will give more money if they can see their name on something. And if for a good enough project, it's probably worth it to make that trade-off if it's done tastefully. Second, there are some people who will be more inspired to be philanthropic if they see somebody that they know who's made a major gift and see their name on a project. But the most important naming opportunity reason is to commemorate somebody who has passed away. If, for example, if somebody had a love of reading or who went to the library a lot, it would be fitting to have their name and somewhere on the library, and also provide a source of support for future generations after they've been gone. In this particular case, the community nature of this project also provides another opportunity, and that's to name something after someone who has been a community champion. When done right, this type of naming can also have the side benefit of inspiring people to be more generous than they might otherwise have been when they recognize that the person being honored is particularly worthy of that honor. That's precisely why naming the plaza the Michael Taubes Library Plaza makes sense. When thinking about people who have been behind major improvements to Santa Barbara over a long period of time, it would be hard not to think about Mike Taubes first. Mike's involvement and support of numerous nonprofits in Santa Barbara was legendary. He supported organizations in almost every corner of the nonprofit world. And that's not to say that he saw his role as only making donations. On the contrary, Mike spent hours and hours providing the vision and direction for many nonprofit organizations as a board member and often chairman of the board. Leading by example, Mike was able to rally support for important projects for the betterment of Santa Barbara. I can't think of a more fitting way to remember him than to name this plaza after him, a place where people will gather, learn, and grow, something Mike spent a career helping people to do. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate your help, and I especially appreciate your support of this project.
Thank you so much, sir. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ann Howard. Ann Howard, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Ann Howard, and I'm the board president of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. I'm always delighted to speak on behalf of our public library and its vast array of educational and cultural services. As I've told you before, I believe libraries are the bedrock of our democracy, the place where everyone is welcome, everyone is equal, and everyone can learn. I am so impressed with the heroic work of our library director and her staff, and I'm honored to work with the dozens of volunteers who are working right now to build Library Plaza. Today, I want to report to you just 3 things that we are hearing from donors to this plaza project. We are hearing, 1, that donors are pleased with the city's initial financial investment of $1.615 million in the plaza. Thank you for that. As well as the city's commitment to a working public-private partnership with the foundation as we partner together to rebuild the heart of our historic cultural arts district. Number 2, donors are impressed and inspired by the powerful educational work of the library that's free and open to all. Many people didn't even know about this. Early literacy, school readiness, high school diplomas, to resources for vets and job seekers and senior citizens. And number 3, donors are delighted that we have this opportunity to honor Michael Taubes, who gave so much to Santa Barbara. We're seeing donors and family foundations come forward simply because they want to honor Michael Taubes. As we've met with potential donors, the word that we hear most often to describe Mr. Taubes is mensch, someone committed to the mission of the library. And so I hope you'll join with these donors as well as all of us volunteers who've been working so hard to make the dream of the Michael Taubes Library Plaza a reality by approving these naming opportunities. To do so today would be fitting, as today is the 4th anniversary of Michael Taubes' death. So thank you for all you do to build a better Santa Barbara.
Thank you, ma'am. Other speaker?
Our next speaker is Lauren Trujillo. Lauren Trujillo, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Lauren Trujillo, and I'm the Foundation Director of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. Thank you for your continued support for our Santa Barbara Public Library and the future Library Plaza. Your commitment to this project has demonstrated the public-private partnership necessary to improve our library and downtown. The library, where all are welcome, empowers our most vulnerable community members and provides resources, services, and community engagement to Santa Barbara, all for free. The naming opportunities presented to you tonight demonstrate the progress the Library Foundation, and incredible volunteers have accomplished over the past few months. Together, we have garnered community support and helped Santa Barbara recognize the important role of the 21st century library. A major piece of our success has been the volunteer-led effort to name the Library Plaza in honor of Michael Taubes. Donors have shared their interest in contributing at one level, and after hearing about Michael, stretched their original gift. One person was planning to give $10,000 and increase their donation $100,000 in honor of Michael Tobes and his impact on the Cultural Arts District in Santa Barbara. With your ongoing support for the Library Plaza campaign and future Michael Tobes Library Plaza, we are confident we can raise the remaining funds in the coming months. Our new campaign slogan is Gather, Learn, and Grow. It embodies our community vision for the plaza and is the basis for the naming opportunities presented for you today. Gather, Learn, and Grow. Library Plaza, gathering our community in the heart of the Cultural Arts District where all are welcome. The new Library Plaza will unite our Cultural Arts District and do what the library does best, bring our community together. Learning abounds for our entire community with free services, resources, and fun. The beautiful outdoor community commons created by our Library Plaza will inspire learning experiences for all. Growing our connection by finding common ground and participating in learning together. Library Plaza will inspire growth, expanding already existing events like the Community Volunteer Fair, Santa Barbara Reads, Juneteenth, by engaging more of the community, encouraging conversation, and bringing people together to make Santa Barbara a better place. I ask for your continued support to elevate our Santa Barbara community with our library and our vision to together, learn, and grow. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Trujillo, for everything you do. Any other speaker?
Madam Mayor, no further speakers on this topic.
Okay, we thank those speakers. We close public comment. The recommendation is pretty straightforward, that council approve the naming opportunities for the Library Plaza Capital Campaign. So I'll call on Mr. Friedman as the longtime member of the library board before he got elected to city council and our liaison to our library groups. Go ahead, Mr. Friedman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to start off with a quote that says, "The only thing you absolutely need to know is the location of the library." And that was said by Albert Einstein. And so when this project is done, I think everybody will know and love the location of our library. So so exciting to see the presentation today and the visuals of what's to come for our community. And it's going to be just phenomenal when it's completed and part of the cultural hub. I do want to thank first our library director, Ms. Cariente. You put a lot of tremendous hard work building relationships over the last few years on this. And this project has been in the works for so many years and so many people have had a hand in it. I remember seeing the first visual just rendition at a library board meeting back in, I think it was 2006, were these discussions, so 15 years. I also want to thank our staff that's been involved. And then in particular, the foundation. I want to thank the co-chairs of it, Janet Rufus and Jim Jackson, and then also Ann Howard, the president of the foundation, and Lauren Trujillo. You're just doing amazing work. And then all of those who are on the board and on the campaign committee to see the tremendous effort and work that you put into this to build a better community. You know, my time on the Library Foundation prior to this, it was so rewarding, and to see where you've all taken it and what you've presented to us is just, it's one of the things that it makes me love being on council and be a part of this. It's one of the most rewarding things that I've been a part of in this community is to see the investment in our library. When it goes forward, the foundation was, I don't think a lot of people know this, but the foundation also has the track record because the foundation raised the money to build the children's library. And that's why the foundation was started was with that project in particular. And we've seen so much benefit that's come from the children's library that it's actually exceeded capacity. And one of the main benefits of this is, aside from all the community benefit, is that we're going to be able to expand the children's library to outdoor programming and bring that up, and just to be how our community celebrate our youth and our families out in this plaza. It's going to be so rewarding to us. And so I really thank the foundation and all who have been involved for the history of the foundation for now having two great examples of what a true public-private partnership is to get the funding and the community support for both the children's library and now the plaza. And when it comes forward, it's also going to bring us back closer to the historical setting of the library itself, because it has changed over the years, and we're sending it back to the historic and just beautiful presence that it once was, and with a modern flair on it, but it's just going to be so amazing. So, and what I'd also like to say is I'm really touched and just moved by what Michael Tobes has done for our community and this level of support that the community has shown for him. Because when we talk about investing in our community, I don't think there's a better investment in building community than the library. And to be able to honor somebody whose life legacy is building a better Santa Barbara, we're getting just this great synergy of the library and Mr. Tobes' legacy of building a better Santa Barbara, and it will be here for future generations. So I'm fully supportive of all that's coming forward, of the naming opportunity for Mr. Tobes, and thank you all to the foundation. So I would like to move the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to second the motion too. I'm just so excited for this project. I think I'm clearly not alone in this. The multi-generational home that the library is, I can just say for myself, I never bought a book when I was young, always from the library. I spent every single day after high school at the library until dark doing my homework, and then in my 20s and 30s and 40s even, I spent decades tutoring there, and then then my kids participating in the reading programs, and all through that you see grandparents there, you see our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, with a place to read and to have resources. We have adults learning and literacy. And I love that this is going to be anchoring the Historic Arts and Culture District. And I just, I am so thrilled, really, that it's the naming opportunities for Michael Tobes and for all that he has done for our community. And really, Ms. Caliente and Ann Howard and Eric Friedman, what you've done for this project, and the board and the campaign committee. And I just can't wait until it's open. So it's just really, really exciting to keep the library as really the center of our community for generations. So this is really exciting.
Thank you so much. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just want to thank everyone who helped make this happen. And I too grew up going there and have a lot of fond memories of learning there and also volunteering. That slide that showed the films outside was really exciting, because I was actually the host of the films for a while there at the library. So it's pretty cool that you're going to move it outside. So that's pretty exciting. And yeah, I look forward to the future of the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have a motion on the floor, and I'm really pleased for the work of the campaign committee. Thank you very much for putting their names up there. Ms. Caliente, to the Library Foundation, to the Tobes family for and all the work that he's did for our community, and Montecito Bank, thank you so much. And we cannot wait to get back into the library itself, even in its current state. Please, pandemic be over so that we can enjoy our library services again. But the fact that this space would be available for programming, especially education focused, and for our families, and the arts, and the green space, kudos to everyone who's been working on this. So with that, we will take a vote on the recommendation to approve these naming opportunities. And thanks, Ms. Caliente, to you and your staff for getting us through the pandemic, and also for this particular project. Ms. Gorman?
Very good. This is a motion for the staff recommendation by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon. Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Maria.
Aye. So that was unanimous, Ms. Clerk?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Ms. Garufas, for calling in from Pittsburgh. Everyone, thank you so much. We'll close this item. We have one item left, and I think we can power through, not take a break. if you would read it into the record, Ms. Gorman. And thank you to everyone who's been waiting since we started our meeting at 2 o'clock for this particular item. Go ahead.
Item 19, resolution condemning racism against Asian Americans. Recommendation that council consider the request from Councilmember Friedman and Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez to discuss a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara condemning acts of racism and violence against Asian and Pacific Islander Americans and recognizing their contributions to our city and country.
I would call up Mr. Friedman and Mayor Pro Tem Gutierrez so that they can tee us up on this item. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start off. I as the liaison to the Sister Cities committee, since I've been elected, I've been able to participate in a lot of international and cultural groups and cities, and I consider myself very lucky that in October of 2019, I was able to go to China and be kind of an ambassador to the city in a country I've only heard about and seen on TV and films. So it gave me a really new perspective on that culture and that country. And I just want to acknowledge that, you know, I grew up in a neighborhood where we had Vietnamese and Korean and Chinese and Japanese neighbors, and they were always very nice to us growing up, and we were all nice to each other. And growing up here and learning our local history and learning how the Asian community was treated in Santa Barbara was very problematic, to say the least. It was very sad at times, and the current events of what happened in the country since the start of the pandemic have been just more and more alarming and disturbing. And I feel that we owe it to our community members and to set an example for the rest of the nation that we need to take a stance and just formally condemn racism against our Asian community members. And I want to thank Councilmember Friedman for helping me get this on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gutierrez, and for your very salient and very heartfelt words today. And I want to thank you for bringing this forward and asking me to be a part of it. I fully echo your comments and why it's important for us to make a statement today in support of our Asian American community, and also not just in statement against and rate the racism that they're facing and the attacks, but also in support of all the contributions that the Asian American Pacific Islanders have brought to our city and our county and our country. I think it's important that we make a statement in support of them today as well. For me, as many know, my wife Julie, she's first generation Vietnamese, and so my mother-in-law and father-in-law, they barely escaped from Vietnam when the fall of Saigon came, and they had to come to the United States and rebuild their life, and they faced many hardships and ended up, and eventually they made a life for themselves and raised their family, and my wife and her brother and sisters, and some of her aunts and uncles came over, and so they're my family now too, and I've learned so much about the Vietnamese culture, and we're very fortunate in our state to have such a vibrant Asian American community throughout our state in California. And I think we just really need to support them and recognize all that they've done as individuals and as communities to build our state. And so I just am thankful to have this opportunity to stand in solidarity with all of my colleagues on the council to condemn the attacks, the murders that have taken place, but also to stand in support of all that that is brought here and all that we do in our city to support when there's festivals and films and to really celebrate that culture and look forward to continuing to do so. And just really want to support my family and in particular because I know firsthand the struggles they faced and they've shared with me, and very cognizant of that. So thank you for this opportunity, and thank you again to Mayor Pro Tem Gutierrez for your leadership in bringing this forward.
Thank you both. Before we go to public comment, I would note that your resolution does condemn the rise in violence against Asian Americans during the pandemic, especially. We recognize that here in Santa Barbara, a couple of weekends ago, there was a vigil downtown where people were able to gather and mourn and celebrate Asian culture. Your resolution acknowledges the Trust for Historic Preservation for their Asian American History Committee, which programs the Asian American Film Series and the Asian American Neighborhood Festival. And also it acknowledges our Sister Cities program. 3 of our Sister Cities relationships are with Asian communities, the Weihai, China, Toba, Japan, and San Juan, Philippines. So let's see if there are questions, or we can go to public comment. Ms. Clerk, do we have people waiting or raising their hands?
Madam Mayor, we have 2 people that have raised their hand to speak on this. 3. A few people that have raised their hands to speak on this item.
Very good. Let's go to public comment. If my council members would come back on the screen. Thank you.
Perfect. Kai Tepper, Karina Ju, and Ann Peterson. Kai Tepper, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you for your time today. A special thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez and to Councilmember Friedman for bringing this important recommendation forward. Many of you know me through various roles I have within the community. I'm the Outreach Program Manager for the Santa Barbara Bowl, a member of the city's Arts Advisory Committee, and co-chair of the Asian American History Affinity Group through the Trust for Historic Preservation. Beyond these roles, I am a proud biracial Japanese American who was born to a Japanese mother and 6th-generation Californian father. Despite my deep roots to this area, I've spent most of my life fighting for belonging as a mixed-race Asian American. With the growing increase of violence against Asians, Asian Americans, and Pacific Islanders, I'm painfully reminded that our community has a long history of being looked at as outsiders in this country. I love this town, but I cannot deny that it breaks my heart when I think about the often forgotten history of our AAPI community, such as our very own Chinatown and Nihonmachi. It signals a message of being unwelcomed. I urge the council to please support a resolution condemning acts of racism, violence, and oppression against the AAPI community. We cannot stand for violence or racism of any kind against any BIPOC community in the city. We cannot be complicit in knowing that many members of our community live in a constant state of fear. May is AAPI Heritage Month, and the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation will be working to put together virtual programming in recognition. We hope to raise awareness to issues impacting the AAPI community, as well as celebrate our diverse cultures. Currently, through the Trust, there are 2 very important programs highlighting the AAPI experience, including the Asian American Film Festival and the Asian American Neighborhood Festival, which happens at the Presidio. I hope that these kinds of educational and cultural programs will only continue to grow as an integral part of the fabric of Santa Barbara. Please help us protect and support the AAPI community so we will not only feel a sense of safety and belonging, but have the ability to thrive for generations to come. A more inclusive Santa Barbara will only make us stronger and more vibrant as a city. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Karina Ju. Karina Ju, please go ahead. Karina Ju, please go ahead.
There you go. Great. Madam Mayor and council members, as I speak here today on this resolution condemning racism against Asian Americans, I think it is important to be clear that while it is very important that the AAPI community speak out, this is not our problem any more than rape is a woman's problem. This is a problem for which our entire community administration needs to be accountable. As an Asian American woman, the primary target of this hate, I feel the need to counter the idea that the murders in Atlanta nearly 1 month ago were motivated by sexual addiction and not racism, sexism, and misogyny. AAPI women know from our lived experiences, generation after generation, how all of these issues are entwined. When a man says to an educated woman in a Santa Barbara office workplace, "Hey, will you walk on my back?" Your kind of women do that, don't they? It is very clearly a statement meant to demean, to say that because of my Asian face, I am devalued in this society, no matter my skills, no matter my contributions, in the same terrible way that a woman that walks on is also devalued. And as we have seen, women who are devalued, stripped of their humanity, can be murdered, and it is chalked up to someone having a bad day. So I'm placing these words in public comment so that the burden and responsibility to them is upon you and all of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Ju. Next speaker.
Our final speaker, public commenter on this item is Ann Peterson. Ann Peterson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, and we support the City of Santa Barbara's resolution condemning acts of racism and violence against Asian and Pacific Islander Americans. As the operators of El Presidio de Santa Barbara State Historic Park, which was also the site of Nihon Machi or Japantown and New Chinatown, the Trust serves as stewards of significant places related to the Chinese and Japanese families who helped build our community. In addition, the first Filipino resident of Santa Barbara arrived in the late 18th century as a Presidio soldier. We have worked with community members to collect oral histories, objects, and photographs related to these communities, and we encourage everyone to visit the Nihon Machi Revisited exhibit at El Presidio de Santa Barbara State Historic Park when we reopen later this spring, and the new display about the Chung family and their business inside the Pickle Room in the Jimmy's Oriental Gardens building. Our organization is able to support this good work via our Asian American History Committee, which is made up of talented and generous community members, including our the co-chair of the committee, Kai Tepper, and committee member Karina Ju, who spoke earlier. They give their time and their resources to share the cultures and histories of Asian and Pacific Islander Americans with the community through public programs. The Asian American Film Series and the Asian American Neighborhood Festival have been going strong for over 10 years. We're grateful for their efforts, and we look forward to announcing new programming soon for May, which is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. We are heartbroken by the recent acts of violence across the nation towards Asian and Pacific Islander Americans. We also recognize that these incidents are part of a long and ongoing history of racism against Asian immigrants and Asian Americans. Although we recognize the value of public statements, we realize that statements alone are not enough. We will always stand as allies with our Asian American friends and neighbors and speak out in opposition to words and acts of hate. I appeal to our colleagues, including those in nonprofits and at educational institutions, to join us in continuing to invest resources in building awareness of the Asian American and Pacific Islander American history and contributions to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peterson, for everything you do. We'll close public comment, and I'll stand by for a motion to adopt this resolution. Mr. Friedman?
I'll move the resolution.
And a second from Ms. Gutierrez?
I second the motion.
Thank you. With thanks to everyone who participated, and this is our commitment to the Asian American Pacific Islander community here and everywhere. So thank you. We'll take a roll call vote, please.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for the councilmember recommendation in the item. Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
and Mayor Maria.
Aye, that was unanimous. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Gutierrez and Councilmember Friedman for that. And we'll close that item. And the last thing on our agenda is our committee assignment reports. If you all have things to report, go ahead, Ms. Nunn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's important to celebrate. I've received my second COVID vaccination, and I think just want to encourage the community there's so many appointments now, and to get out there and get vaccinated. I was a panelist on the Trust for Historic Preservation that had a talk on traditional urbanism, and I think it was really relevant to our master planning process. That would be a good one for the community or council to see. At CCRB, we had a meeting just looking at balanced budgets. It's budget season. And I had the honor of visiting the 5th and 6th grade classrooms at Cleveland Elementary School. And I will share that it was sobering to hear their concerns about gun violence and more greenery in their communities and more lighting and more foot patrols. And they were really, really brave students, I felt, and I was really honored to spend time with them. I did watch the recent Planning Commission meeting. There's some issues there that will be coming forward to council about code enforcement, and those are my reports this week.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended the League of Cities Environmental Quality Policy Committee. I've been appointed to that, and we discussed in particular state legislation relating to sea level rise and greenhouse gas emissions and environmental sustainability. So there's a lot of movement and a lot of bills going on up there that hopefully we'll be able to address through our legislative committee and supporting of those.
Thank you. I attended the downtown Santa Barbara board meeting this morning. Southwest Airlines came to our airport, and we had a great event yesterday at the airport welcoming people getting off the planes, and a real boost for our economy. So I'd like to thank the business community and other people who have worked really hard over the years to convince Southwest Airlines to fly out of Santa Barbara Airport. The Neighborhood Advisory Council met last night, and the topic was the energy programs at the city and our community choice energy program. SB Can had a roundtable discussion, a whole bunch of topics, but the one I'll highlight is the effort to save the San Marcos foothills. There's some development that was negotiated years ago, but people say, well, why don't we try to save the whole foothills area up there? So people are raising money to buy that land from the owner up there. I attended the Mesa Neighborhood Association. They call themselves Our Mesa Neighborhood Incorporated Omni, and they elected new officers. And so I really congratulate Omni and all those good folks up there, Terry Jory and others who have been holding it down on the Mesa, doing neighborhood activities, and Alice Calleja, of course, Alice San Andres Calleja. I attended the Association of Women in Communications event. Starshine Rochelle gave a great talk about fake news, very entertaining. And then I also attended the UPT rally. The University Professional and Technical Employees Union had a rally last week. So that's it for my reports. No one else is popping on. I'd like to thank everybody who participated in today's meeting. Meeting adjourned.